Welcome to week number 2 of the 7th Mario Maker celebration, 7MMC. As with week 1, we're going to play all 8 of the selections this week and attempt to hunt for every secret that we know about or can otherwise discover. There is a secret birthday balloon in every level, and we got everything last week, so this week should really go about the same, I hope. Let's start with Defense, which is going to be the first one on the list by Red Moon, a maker from Japan whose levels have occasionally been recommended to the stream before, so certainly no stranger to some of Red Moon's previous output. Anyway, the description says pretty much the same thing that it does on the website, which I will also link for the purpose of having links to the trailer video as well as the level sets for each week. Ants like soccer, but they don't know the rules. Now, the Japanese title, I kind of wonder what that says, and so I am going to point my translation engine at it to see if we can have a machine attempt at making heads or tails of it, and it says something more elaborate. Yeah, Defense, something soccer fever is what it is apparently also called, but we'll think of it as the Fédération Internationale de Football Ants, I guess. That works for me. Anyway, let's take a look. Okay, what do we got here? Well, it looks like a giant ant that may also be playing football, unless it's 2 ants that are playing football. I think it actually is 2 ants, because the P blocks would be their eyes, and they're kind of facing each other for the kickoff, which is exactly what's going on here. We almost got killed by it, but we're going to be very careful. Love that little bump on the fire flower, as it also gets dislodged. Yeah, really neat little bounce interaction here that we ordinarily don't see. But I think a lot of the collisions between the ant troopers and other objects in the game is often a little underexploited. Interesting. I wonder what the fish bones are accomplishing there. Probably something to do with the pipe re-entry. And hang on here. It's not quite right. Attempting some spin jump habits apparently in this game here, although in the 3D world theme, that's really not going to work out too well. Whoops, completely missing the tree, of course. And yeah, the pipe enforces that you can't actually come back down. Let's do a cleaner up pipe entry than we've been demonstrating so far. Love how the speed is working out here for things to just kind of bump back and forth in this obstacle, while everything is being activated by the rolling spike ball below, a setup that was seen in many other styles before, not so often in 3D World, actually. Yeah, really have to love how the velocities worked out in the previous segment, just fine enough to make everything happen. Oh, nope, trying to get back up and I just missed a pipe, unfortunately. So, a little bit off-center. Anyway, let's bump that. Nope. That was not meant to be an up-pipe entry. We kind of messed that up as well. It's okay, we'll follow along and then do things the calm and easy way. For once. Actually, did I just need to hit one switch? I didn't even look at how the exit was going to work at the bottom of that area, because I'm so fixated on hitting everything twice. We actually just need to hit it, well, twice. Yeah, because 2 switches will load the trampoline over here. That seemed to be the point of how things were placed in the upstairs. Because you're very much meant to run around to both locations, and afterwards nothing too bad is going to happen, except, well, that. Anyway, let's exit. And down we go. And up and up and up. Now, haven't detected a secret so far, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that as we go. Ah, it looked like I could actually go further in that previous segment, and I didn't consider that. So, if we're missing a secret at some point, that is the natural place to look, the room just before checkpoint 2, because, well, I mean, this is also something that has a bit of potential if you look at this pathway, and looks like we'll have the 7 MMC text as well as a key, so. Now, I wonder about that door. I feel like that's going to be an exit door rather than an entrance. So we'll take the key over here. And once again, on switch times 2. Well, we'll take that seriously if we can, and I guess we have to follow the pathway. Whoops. I did not do that very elegantly. And you can't quite emulate the ball pattern, of course, because you'll just run directly into all of those guys. Oh, there's a lower stack here as well. Works for me. Or you can just do this, too. That makes a lot more sense. And this is just a little bit of artwork for you. Might even be the cover art, but we'll stick around here, grab the mushrooms, and escorting the key to some future warp box or door appears to be the idea, so we'll try to make it happen. Okay, had to be fairly exact here, see if not get punched on the way back to where we were before. And yeah, it looks like the warp block is going to be the alternate exit, perhaps. Because if you didn't take it, then what would happen? No, there's no key there anyway, so that's fine. It is going to be the main exit, the only exit. Oh, that's interesting. And then you have to make your way back up. I wonder if you can speed through that. It looks like the placement must be meticulous enough to prevent any directly falling into it to skip that segment, but you never know, so we'll take what we can. And down we go. Anyway, that's going to be a bump. Bump. And then twice, that's right. So we'll try to do that as well. Here we are. And yeah, because the thwomps get killed instantly, I mean, if you potentially went for some kind of wall jump over there, this bears some similarity to how Bowser actually plays in Mario Strikers Battle League. Because his Hyper Strike, as it were, his Super Shot, is actually also a ball of fire. Gotta love how the spike balls break at the end, too. That works out pretty well. Now they've decided to play with shells instead, which I think is very wise. Definitely a beneficial change there on their part. Ah, and the Fire Flower will give you this, but it's not required for the room over here, I hope. Anyway, here's an audience celebrating with 7MMC and giving you an exit key. I don't think there's anything else for me to do here, but we'll try to hit all the blocks we can to prove a point before we do anything accidental, like exiting. Placed in such a way that you should be able to capture all of these, I think. Anyway, lovely little balloon room there. So I guess the object here is to score against the right side by hitting even one of the POWs there, because the POWs will chain in such a way that it'll open up the bottom right, so. But then, in order to do that, I need the ball to be active, which means that I need to reset this, because the ball is just going to come down from the spike once. So yeah, we just need to act as a goalkeeper here, and eventually kick things over once... Well, you just needed to block once, actually, and the whole pattern just kind of resolved itself after that, so... That is a goal. All finished. As usual, with these levels, we're going to take a look at the artwork to see what people have been contributing, since these are popularly played enough that occasionally there will be something interesting here, including one fellow thinking that they might be playing tennis. I think there might be a little bit of confusion over there. Why is there a fishbone? This guy's kind of wondering how... It's not a reset mechanism, I think. It's actually some kind of offset mechanism, or it's something to do directional control. But I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to look at that again. But there were multiple fishbones that were dropping down on the ants. I think they were meant to be positional tools to get everything marching at the appropriate distance. But yeah, that one was quite a lot of fun. And Super Ant Strikers Battle League, pretty much. Not going to read that whole thing. And amazing. But yeah, very interesting use of the Ant Troopers. I have to say I love the finale in particular, and here's a little trophy from Loop and Doop, signifying that this level was going to be in first place in the list this week. Anyway, now this is nice. Look at this one. Even a tribute to the balloon layout that we saw. So, fine piece of work. And it even maintains the notion of Toadette kicking a spike ball around, which might not be very good for her feet, but whatever works. Oh, here's Aegis Cook, who's depicting an ant having a wonderful time. Mang Mang 69, look at that. The one with the spiked helmet is one going for the goal. I feel like there might be an issue of fairness there, but we'll take it. Okay, let's move on to stage number 2. Stage number 2 is by someone very familiar to this stream, Mr. Sparky, also known as Mr. Electrodude. And the description on the website is once again going to match the level. It says Mario must prove his worth as the Jumpman. Well, it's been a while since we've seen an electrifying new creation. But we're going to drop in between these blaster columns and see what lies in store. Also have to love some of the placements here in the artwork. And it is going to be a blaster column level. Jump at the ice block, not really, but after you've been traumatized by enough levels that work that way, that's immediately what you're going to think. Here's a bit of a climb and an on-off switch to switch directions around. And Mario, welcome. Yeah, and Mario, there are going to be, I think, a planned 8 weeks of this. I don't know if all of the corresponding levels have been kind of finished and scheduled yet. I know they have enough content right now for at least 6 weeks. That's 8 is generally the idea if it's going to match some of the projects in the past. And there we go. Whoops. 5 and 6 YMM as the combined project last year had a 12-level bonus week at the very end, but that made for an unusually big list. Let's watch our jumps here. Be a little more careful. Anyway, pretty easy to see where everything is going to be coming. Just need to read ahead a little bit to see what you're aiming for after that. Yeah, this is very much a jump height management level. Up until this point when it becomes a cloud management level. We're going straight for the coin, of course, and decided to pull back up a little bit too early, which does happen from time to time. Just getting a little too eager to fly back up and take a squish. And that time, of course, I was dropping out of the jump a little too soon. In general, the spacing here is generous enough that, if uncertain, since I don't have control over my own speed, I should be going for full jumps, because we can always release out of them part way through if we can. And up we go. Yeah, that's just going to be a straight drop. And we will be going for all bonus objectives, so we do need to work on our flying a little bit, though. Oh, whoops. And a jumping, for that matter. But, you know, one step at a time. This is the second level of this week. I finished the first one rather quickly. The first one was quite interesting. It was using the Ant Troopers in the 3D World style to kick spike balls back and forth. Because FIFA's original rule set, official rule set rather, is clearly going to permit that once it has a desert level of its own in Qatar later this year. Oh, there we go. Let's jump out of that. So yeah, this is already second of 8. The early weeks of this project have been deliberately scheduled to be a little more on the relaxed side, because these levels always do draw a bit of a lapsed or returning audience to Mario Maker from time to time, so they're kind of easing people in, I think. And also because there is coverage of a couple of different level genres that may be challenging to first-timers regardless. Okay. Whoops, completely missed that jump. I was doing so well up to that point. Yeah, for example, there's at least one precision level coming later today, which is going to be easy precision, or so I'm told, but is still probably going to be much more challenging for me than it is to people who play that genre all the time and push it to its limits. And that's true, I'm sure, of things like the trolls and the puzzles and so on that, you know, specialists will have an easy time. And people who are not so familiar with them will have their work cut out for them, so. Love the object reuse here, as usual. And the seesaw is a very nice touch. So yeah, this I believe is using blasters in the clown cars. Down on the lower level, it's what's sometimes referred to as the layer 2 trick. Then, yeah, pretty clear that that was going to be a circuit. And then we're going to... nope, I saw the coin down below and thought, okay, if I hesitate, then we'll just take to death and redo it. And after that, it looks like it's just going to be the safety coin, so that's the last coin of note. So yeah, really nice little segment here. Note, once again, I should drop. Rather than take any jump at all, I do have to drop directly. Oops. Not so much. And down we go. Once again, don't know why my instinct there is just to jump when we know exactly what we should be doing there. This is playing a few tricks mentally, perhaps. But there's nothing mechanically too difficult about it, it's just a matter of paying attention. And up we go. And we need a shorter jump than that. I wasn't really counting for the leftward motion of the blooper stack over there. Should be a fairly easy thing to fix, though. Whoops. Once we remember how to drop out of that properly. Nope. Too early. Yeah, once again, the decorative coin blocks within the ice blocks do act as a bit of a visual cue. They're not completely randomly placed, even though they may appear that way at first glance. They do give a bit of subtle guidance for when to expect to do things. I mean, I'd say about half of them are certainly just there for decorative purposes, but they definitely give you a bit of a useful visual reference point. And let's proceed. Nope, completely overshot that. There we go. And what have we got here? Yeah, same mistake every time, actually. Just maybe leaving the vines a little too late there. I could take a bit of a shorter jump, but I think the thing I'm not compensating for is the speed at which I'm going, in fact, because we've had a couple of those jumps onto incoming bloopers before, but not while I'm also going at high speed. And so that's what's going on over there that we are not quite compensating for. That difference in relative motion, which is a rather important thing to look out for. Whoops, there we go. And luckily not grabbing that. Nope, just missing the bounce. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that as soon as you see that blooper triple stack, you kind of know that some kind of reversal is coming. But it's still kind of neat to be reusing certain elements like the trampoline down below. Mail64, welcome. Hope you've been doing all right. An absolute forever? Yeah, here and there. Haven't been able to stream too much lately. I've been doing a bit of the Splatoon campaign, which we're very close to finishing, and just because of having to schedule around 7MMC as well, I've not really been doing viewer levels last week or this week, although I'm trying to find a good extra day to fit that in. Probably just back to the Friday night, Saturday morning again, which was where we were previously also running the viewer queue. And you've been to the Xenomines? Yeah, I have been there on and off. I'm still in what seems like early Xenoblade 3. And by early, I mean I've got probably about 80 hours in the game, and I feel like I'm still in the first act. But that's Xenoblade 3. You finished 2, 1, and Future Connected, and you're in the middle of Torna. Yeah. Torna is a great place to be. I had a ton of fun with it back when I played it. Actually feels like a JRPG of reasonable length, which is such a rarity. It must be a nice experience while Xenoblade 2 is still very fresh in memory as well. I played Torna about a year after I completed Xenoblade 2, so I had to recover a couple of details here and there. Xeno 1 feels like a much bigger slog. My playtime in it, completing it originally, was actually one of the shorter ones, but it's the game that probably feels the longest. Partly because back then the side content wasn't necessarily that well integrated. It was the one where, partway through, I think I thought that the best thing to do was just kind of beeline through the story, which I very rarely do with games. Because they were still kind of figuring it out at the time. Actually, one thing that I sort of noticed about Xenoblade 1 is that it kind of felt like the vanilla and early expansions of World of Warcraft in a way, before some of the pitfalls of that kind of MMO-style world and quest design were properly worked out and addressed for a more streamlined experience. For better or for worse. I mean, not everybody was fond of that, of course, but definitely, I think at that point they were still kind of retreading lessons from half a decade to a decade earlier that other games had also been struggling with, especially those that tried to break into things like the MMO space. In figuring out how side content would actually fit into the whole picture. And there we go. I mean, the main content is fantastic, don't get me wrong. I enjoyed Xenoblade 1 a lot, but yeah, look at this. This is kind of a nice touch here. I love how there's the clown car here to be in keeping with how clown cars have been doing so much work off-screen and visibly all this time. Lovely 7 balloon. Yeah, Mail, I will probably not be running the queue today, but we're going to see how quickly I get this done. Because the 7MMC levels went really quickly last week. We ended up having a very short stream, which was fortunate because I actually did have to go early in the end anyway. So we finished 2 out of 8. Like I said, I'm trying to find a time to bring viewer levels back in because I know this was my regular slot for it, but because the MMC levels have been launching on Saturdays and fairly early on Saturdays this year, and because we have a lot of overlap with the makers in the project being regulars of the stream, it made more sense to put this in the Saturday slot for now and bump viewer levels to another day. But we'll see. If we finish like super early, we'll see if I can play some levels by people who are present. And here we go. Let's take a look at the illustrations. We saw some really nice illustrations on the previous level that we played. So definitely some of the comment artists have already been pretty hard at work. And yeah, man jumps over a mountain, pretty much. That is his original name. He's referring to Jumpman, I'm pretty sure. Perhaps the comment art on this level is not quite up to the level of the ones on Red Moons. At least not yet, but some people are trying. Trying for the balloons here and there. And yeah, a lot of people grabbing the balloons. Okay, so the next one's going to be a heavy load. This is by Ryan Narmeow, who's also known as Ryan Narwhal. Ryan Narwhal, I don't know if this is an alternate account or just a second account after lots and lots of other levels, but Ryan Narwhal is known to me as the person who's always posting tons of his own precision clips on Reddit. So he's somebody who loves super, super hard precision for some reason, which I'm completely unable to relate to, but was asked to create a relatively accessible precision level for the purposes of 7MMC this year. So we'll see how we do. Maybe this is something that will actually be tuned to be something approachable for me. But the lengthy description on the website says, explore an old mining facility that has been out of commission for decades and enter the ice cave within. Okay, so we have some pipes here, which might be decorative, but might also dunk you back out from something. I don't know. Anyway, it's going to be kind of beginner precision, apparently. I feel like if we manage to get onto the tree on the left, then perhaps we could hit a block under the upper pipe and have that as a secret, but I question whether that's possible. So that's the thing. Previously, with the YMM projects, I managed to get 100% on every secret. If there are precision levels that have secrets for super hard precision players, I probably will not go for them. However, this does have pink coins collectible, and that tells me that perhaps the pink coins are the secret path, not anything that requires lots of really crazy jump bending. So who knows? I think this thing here is just bait. Perhaps a bonus for super precision people, but that's not going to be me, so we'll have to bend things around. People who are regulars to my stream, of course, know that this is one of my least favorite genres. But at least this one is fairly relaxed, so you actually get some airtime to adjust your positioning, so it's a lot more manageable. At least so far. And it's not like you need to do anything really finicky. You just need to have good falling angles, and that seems to be it. Interesting seesaw placement here. It's like it's visually tricking you out into thinking that it's not going to work as a seesaw. But of course it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Okay. Well, pretty heavily weighed down. Oh, that was careless. Yeah, and then we'll just go for a particular fishbone timing to grab the second coin. So yeah, we'll assume that the secret is just going to be hidden behind a coin path, and they actually look pretty manageable. Like, I don't feel like I have to go right off the edge for some of these jumps or anything like that. It's just... whoops. Mostly managing the falls. Okay, up we go. And then up we go. Okay, and then that'll go up as well. Is there something stacked here that's also weighing down a Seesaw with the Piranha? Because I think intuitively I would have expected the Seesaw to move quicker, but how far to Splatoon 3 am I? I am approaching an endgame point of no return, possibly, I think. So I finished Site 6. There is something after Site 6. How much? I don't know. But I stopped at the end of Site 6 last time, and it is very obviously not the final boss, and I think, you know, if you're even very early on in the first few worlds, it does make it abundantly clear that it's not going to be the end. So it's not really a spoiler. Whoops. But yeah, I finished Site 6, and we'll see how much time we have for it, because if I finish that quickly as well, then... The idea was earlier this week to try to maybe wrap up Splatoon with a stream that would also feature some of the table turf battles, because I've been saving some of the harder opponents for a streaming experience, but I've been very crunched for time, which is why we've been stacking content on content the way that we may or may not be doing today. But yeah, I've been spending a fair bit of time with Splatoon 3 in the last few days. It's diverted me from Xenoblade for the time being. And honestly, I needed a little bit of a break from Xenoblade 3, although I'm having tons of fun with it. My Xenoblade 3 playtime is rapidly approaching how long it took me originally to finish Xenoblade 1 without side quests. But, like I said, I'm still probably around somewhere in the first act of Xenoblade 3. Just a few chapters in. And I'm doing as much side content as I can, and I'm feeling much less burnt out. Really not burnt out at all. I feel like the pacing is significantly better than a lot of the older games, in spite of the fact that I'm taking longer, which is one of many paradoxical things about it. And yeah, I know there were a lot of concerns from people that Splatoon 3 looked too incremental. I think the better you know Splatoon, the more dramatic the changes seem. And... oops. After playing it a fair bit, it's gotten me back into Splatoon in a very big way, and I would say that it is a much bigger change from 2 in some ways than I would have expected at first. Just looking at how incremental an upgrade it seemed to be from the way that Nintendo was promoting it. But it's all in the finer details. And the campaign is pretty good. It's not quite on the level of Octo Expansion, nor what I expect it to be, given that it can't just throw you into the deep end right away, the way that Octo Expansion did. But it learns a lot of structural lessons from what Octo Expansion did well, so... You still haven't touched Octo and you got that for free. You should get on it, because, like I've been saying, so this platform has games like Super Mario Odyssey, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, a lot of fantastic stuff. There is an argument to be made that Octo Expansion is the best 3D platformer that was original to the Switch. I'm not necessarily saying I believe that, I'm saying there is an argument to be made. I think it's in strong consideration for that. Because Octo Expansion is actually, in some places, unbelievably inventive. And is quite clearly one of the most interesting things Nintendo has released this generation. I'm not exaggerating when I say that. I did revisit the finale of Octo Expansion as well as some of the later bosses before Splatoon 3 came out, and it is as good as I remembered. Yeah, like, it should be something that is at least discussed on the same terms as a major Nintendo platformer release. And you know, that may surprise people who kind of keep in perspective how the Splatoon 1 and 2 campaigns were kind of glorified tutorials in a way, albeit with Splatoon 1, a glorified tutorial with an amazing final boss. Okay. Yeah, I'd never finished... actually, I never even started Future Connected because I never finished my Xenoblade 1 Definitive Edition file when I started it. So I originally played Xenoblade 1 on a borrowed copy of the Wii game back in 2014, I think. And I picked up Definitive Edition because I never actually owned Xenoblade 1 myself. And with the specific intention of doing Future Connected. And yeah, I never really got that far in my replay because honestly, these games are too long to replay. With the exception of Torno, I suppose. But yeah, I was thinking before Xenoblade 3, like, do I have time to cram Future Connected? And I thought it's better if I don't burn out and if I just go in fresh. And oh, it's too early for me to say anything definitive. So far, it seems like you don't really require Future Connected for anything in terms of understanding what's going on in Xenoblade 3. I don't know that for a fact, but that's my impression, is that it's not actually that essential. It's more of a nice side quest bonus. Whoops. It's super short, yeah. Whoops. That's interesting, because that's not something that is a property typically associated with Xenoblade at all. That anything is super short. I suppose the Nopon are super short, but that's about it. Okay. A little bit of momentum actually helps quite a bit in segments like this. Whoa. We need a little bit of headroom here to fall, I think, but we'll see. Yeah, Future Connected is something I might just work into my schedule as filler at some point, but it was more that, you know, I was making a decision about whether to run it first around the time that I was already picking up Xenoblade 3, and I thought I was kind of eager to get into the new game instead and get as much time as I could into it. Because apart from the occasional bugginess, I think the sooner you get into these, better. We should maybe use this wall to our advantage here. I'm not a precision player, I don't know how this kind of thing works. Starts at level 60 and you're basically done around late level 70s. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that it did that rather than having its own leveling curve starting from 1. I mean, I suppose it still has its own leveling curve, just with different numbers, to make it look like you're in the endgame. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I was kind of expecting this would be a serious roadblock to 100% in some fashion, because now we're getting into the stuff that is, once again, maybe easy for actual precision players, but not so much for myself. Only cosmetics are merged from the Xeno 1 save. Yeah, no, I know it was a separate experience, and that it was just some kind of cosmetic bonus for completing it. Whoops. Yeah, you absolutely need momentum to slide under that, otherwise things will not go well. Okay. But yeah, like I said, I've been loving Xenoblade 3, but at this point, I will be lucky to finish it by the end of October. My benchmark for it is that I want to finish it before Bayonetta 3 comes out. But between everything taking my time in the interim, even that may be a tall order. So Xenoblade 2, back when I played it, took me about 2 full months. December to February 2018. And that was with a bit of Celeste in between, but Celeste is a short game, so that didn't really present too much of an obstruction. And Xenoblade 3, at the pace I'm taking it, is probably going to take me longer, but I enjoy taking my time with it, which is unusual for the Xenoblade series, and a very good thing that, you know, it feels like it's the biggest game yet from what I've seen, but it also feels like it's the appropriate length, which is unusual. Whoops. But yeah, I'm not planning to pick up very much over the rest of the year in terms of video games. I'm just much too backlogged, and I'm kind of fortunate, I think, in that there's not too much that's going to interest me between now and December. It's been strongly recommended to me by many people I trust that I should play and probably stream Tunic, so if the Switch port turns out to be alright, then we'll play it here and we'll try to give it a good showing. It does look very much like it's up my alley. And we'll hopefully be doing Monkey Island next week. It launches in a few days. I'll try to fit it in next week or the week after that, but the plan is to do Return to Monkey Island. But other than that, it's going to be a lot of Mario Maker. And did not even find the time to make something for the anniversary anthology this year, much as I was hoping to. Romancing Saga Minstrel Song is going to swallow the whole end of year. I don't know anything about Romancing Saga, to be honest. Whoops. I mean, I've definitely seen some people swear by it, but I don't really have any context for that. Now, with a new Fire Emblem coming out in January as well, I have a little bit of remaining business I want to tidy up in Three Houses. As I've been meaning to do my 4th run of Three Houses at some point, and I've been kind of kicking that can down the road for the past 2 years at least. I'm actually kind of hoping the new Fire Emblem will be kind of shorter and leaner. I don't really need a several 100-hour game again, I think. I love Fire Emblem, but, you know, I think we're overdue for something that's a little more focused in a way something like Path of Radiance was, for instance, where you could be done with that relatively quickly, even as a serious perfectionist like myself. I wonder. I feel like I am supposed to approach this from under... yeah, but that... We need to figure out how to fall out of it. It's basically a PS2 game. That's why you bought a PS2 for. I see. Yeah. Okay. I've never considered myself that much of a JRPG specialist, partly because I'm surrounded by people who know JRPGs a lot better than I do. In spite of the fact that I've put a respectable amount of time into a couple of the major series, as well as the old Super Nintendo classics. Yeah, I never finished Octopath Traveler 1, actually, and I'd probably be more excited for 2 if I had, because I know what the experience was like on my 3DS. So basically on my 3DS, I put tons of time into Bravely Default and enjoyed it a lot. I thought it was actually really, really good. In spite of kind of its grindable endgame structure, which I think put a lot of people off. So I picked up Bravely 2nd on the 3DS near the end of the 3DS's life, and that is a game I actually just never played. It's one of the very few instances of a game that I just kind of picked up and never even touched. Because, you know, soon enough my attention was off the 3DS. So I still have Bravely 2nd kicking around in my library somewhere, and of course Bravely Default 2 when it came out on the Switch was definitely a no-go. But Mang, welcome. Mang, since you're here, let me just say your comment art on Red Moon's FIFA level was absolutely wonderful. You learned English on Final Fantasy III back in the 90s? Yeah. I've heard a lot of people say something similar, particularly people from Europe, that video games, especially when, you know, localizations to other EU languages were much less available, that text-heavy video games were their driving force for English language acquisition. Oh hey, finally got that. Let's not die. Yeah, I occasionally work on languages via video games as well. I started my francophone run of Breath of the Wild Master Mode, or Mode Expert, as it were, earlier this year, which was something I've been meaning to do for a very long time. I kind of put it down partway to play newer games and to do more streaming, but it's Breath of the Wild, so as long as I get it done before next May, I'll be pretty satisfied. And I used to play the Sid Meier's Civilization series occasionally in French as well, because I found that was actually a massive vocabulary builder for, you know, just giving you enough for navigating museum exhibits and the like, and just having a good functional vocabulary to work with that was actually fairly broad. Discovering games that are in a language you don't know is magical. Yeah, interesting. Whoops. I know very little about Tunic, and the very little I know I've been told is already probably too much. So I shouldn't say anything about it. Because I do know something about his puzzle structure, which sounds really compelling, but apparently even that is more information than I should be going in with. Discovered Romancing Saga games on SFC. Same with Trials of Mana. Oh, you mean by emulation? Yeah, actually, I missed most of... Like, I wasn't a JRPG player when the Super Nintendo was an active platform. Oh, you mean Super Famicom? Like Super Famicom, not Super Nintendo. Is that what you mean? Yeah, you imported the Japanese card set. Interesting. Whoops. No, I was just thinking about the SFC file extension for some of the Super Nintendo ROMs, I think, but you clearly mean Super Famicom, so. I don't know how familiar you were with the phenomenon of there being tons of like 101 pirate carts of Famicom games back when people just kind of selling them in various shady markets in East Asia for like Famiclone systems would have them kicking around. But that's how I learned a lot of pre-NES software. Like there were tons of arcade games that were kind of, you know, early Konami, and lots of weird little arcade ports and other things that were, you know, pre-Super Mario Brothers, basically. And on the GBA, it had a lot of that too. Like, I've known people who grew up on the Game Boy Advance who basically learned a lot of that early 80s library also off those 101 pirate cards. Usually JRPGs follow a structure so you can beat them without understanding a word. Yeah, I guess. That's interesting because, you know, they certainly feel text-heavy sometimes, but as long as you know where the numbers go and what the menu selections are actually doing, then... Whoops. Okay, one last coin over there. We need to clean up some of this stuff. You discovered bootlegs with Lady Decade's channel. Okay, I don't think I know what that is. I'll have to look into that. Oops. And here we go. Oops. No. That one's going to be a bit of a do or die moment every time. So anyway, the remaining coins other than the safety coin are accounted for, though, so it's just this one, the one after. Like I said, as a precision level, I expected this to take me unusually long. It's one genre where I often feel like my ability to play it is kind of below average, but we'll see what we can make of it. Yeah, as far as JRPGs go, I mean, I was kind of looking ahead to the schedule for this year and thinking, do I have time to maybe fit in Persona 5 somewhere, because that's always looked pretty compelling to me and very, very stylish. And I've been told it may even be longer than Xenoblade 3, and so maybe in a few years. But, hey, look at that, we wound up on this ledge here, that's unusual. Not very often that I'll do that safely. But yeah, after Xenoblade 3, I think I'm okay with not playing long games for a little while. I still have Triangle Strategy in my backlog. I've had that sitting around on a cartridge for a couple of weeks now. I keep thinking that I'll make the tip of that seesaw, and the hitbox on it at that angle is not what I think it is. Or at least my landing angle may just be a little bit off. Whoops, there we go. Anyway, up we go. And back down. Okay, down we go. Kind of neat to see these huge diagonal tracks, though, create this kind of passageway that looks nice and wide, which is unorthodox for precision, but gives you a sense of roominess here and there. Yeah, like I said, I had no chance of even starting Bravely 2, or even Bravely 2nd. And Octopath is in one of those situations where I was so far along. I was probably about 40 hours in, I think. I was so far along that I don't know if I can get back into my file and understand what it was I was doing with my various skill setups and the like. And it's always difficult when you drop a game for several years that's in that position, because it's been, what, about 4 years since I played Octopath at this point, and it's too long to restart from the beginning, but I'm too far in for continuing on my current file to feel that viable. Maybe it's viable, I don't know, but that's why it's a bad idea to drop a game when you're pretty far in, but in Octopath's case, I think I was just distracted by something that year. Whoops. But yeah. I did enjoy my time with Octopath a great deal, but, you know, with its very open structure, as you can imagine, I just kind of roamed the map and fooled around a lot, but that's true, that it is chapter by chapter, and because things are simple enough per character, at least there's not a lot of memory involved, especially because I remember there were recaps for the character chapters as well. I'm not so worried about that from a story perspective, it's more from a, you know, what was I building and how was I playing these characters perspective. That I'll have to look at my file and see if it's playable from that point, because I've heard interesting things about Octopath having a massive super boss at the end, apparently, which I do want to see at some point, but because I'm told the completionist boss is worth it. But yeah, I really don't think that's going to happen between now and February, though, so like Octopath 2 is unfortunately just going to be a casualty of my time management, most likely. Oh, that didn't seem to drop the way it was supposed to drop, did it? The one on the right? Okay, no, it just hadn't spawned in. Okay, we need to kind of overshoot a little bit to the right and then curve back to the left, because we've had enough problems with these seesaws. We are obviously going down, and we're going to try to curve down. I might need to jump into this before falling, but we'll just try to nudge over and hold right. Nope, you do need to jump into it. Xenoblade games cured any will you had to finish super bosses and RPGs. Yeah, Xenoblade, the thing is, there's too much of a gap, I think, between endgame and postgame, where it seems like there's this huge, like, 20 or 30 level grind wall or something to even start to approach the super bosses. So I never played the super bosses in any of the Xenoblade games either. In general, I don't have much of a completionist impulse when it comes to the Xenoblade series, although Xenoblade 3 that might be changing, because despite its hugeness, I've really been enjoying all of the content I've been coming across so far, and the kind of freeform nature of hunting for your own save points on a map by defeating the named enemies. And like, it's much more inviting to side content that still feels like very self-guided play, in a way that I think is much improved from previous entries. And yeah, I don't like looking at external information, so I think in general, and I maybe learned this from somebody who learned very early that it's unsatisfying to have things like puzzle solutions spoiled for me and point-and-click adventure games and the like. That, in a sense, if I need a lot of external aid to finish something, I'd rather not finish it. You know, I'm okay with being stuck. I'm okay with dropping something partway through because I can't progress with my own resources. And it may just be because I also don't feel like I need to finish a game or anything like that to feel a sense of completion. Like, I think sometimes a lot of players get way too fussy about whether they see the end credits or not before they feel comfortable putting away a certain experience. And it's okay to just kind of admit defeat, you know? If you can't finish something, you can't finish it. You don't need to feel entitled to the end credits just because you pick the game up. But I think maybe that's a bit of an arcade mentality on my part, where if you're going back to a lot of the games in the 1980s, there is no expectation that you'll finish, right? I think if you really asked around and talked to a lot of veteran Mario players who get 100% on every game these days, like, a lot of them will eventually admit they never beat SMB1. For instance. Like, probably more than you would realize. And you're saying Final Fantasy 7 to 10 had a right idea with just one super boss that was really challenging, yeah. You know, for some reason I'm thinking back to the super boss in Super Mario RPG. Because Super Mario RPG also had that one crazy secret boss in there. Yeah. When you were raised on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you never expected completion. Speaking of which, I don't know if you've been keeping up with that new retro Ninja Turtles collection that had been released. Or indeed that new beat-em-up game, Shredder's Revenge, I want to say, that was released just a few weeks ago, and seemed like a lot of people I follow on Twitch actually were playing it and running their own Twitch lobbies. But there we go. Momentum control and just avoiding the hitbox and that piranha. Now let's see about that safety coin. We'll do the safety coin obviously, but I kind of wanted to poke around up here first just to see what's going on. And also to check some of these pipes. Now, we will obviously go back down for that, but 7 MMC. Perhaps you get the star. It will give you enough momentum to work with here to get up to the 50 coin, and it should. Okay, nice little micro challenge here. Yeah, Shredder's Revenge was released months ago. The retro compilation for Ninja Turtles I thought was fairly recent, but I don't know. My sense of time has been completely thrown off because of Xenoblade 3. I don't know how long anything takes anymore. Oh, maybe you need a star for this, unless you just need actual precision skills for this, which might also be possible. I don't think I'm making that question block, unfortunately. Or maybe it's just signifying that there's a question block on the other side. You know, kind of like an SMB2 style subcon clue that tells you that if you flip the door, there's a question block hidden up there. I think that's actually exactly what it is, because I don't think that's reachable. But it's a precision level by a noted precision specialist, so who am I to say what is or isn't reachable? But thank you, regardless, for the GGs. Took me a while. It took me longer than I thought, actually, 27 minutes. But that's okay. It's the kind of level you can have a conversation over, so works for me to have one of those from time to time. So that's 3 out of 8 down. Had to use claw grip for the first time ever to make this jump. I don't know what jump, but I don't know why claw grip would be relevant. But again, I'm not a precision player. I wouldn't necessarily know those maneuvers. As Loop and Toop thinking that this is a minecart level. I think he's in the wrong game for that. Alright, number 4 on the list this week is going to be... Let's pull it up. By Taramis. Taramis, who we've featured quite a few times on a stream before. And yeah, this is a very familiar Taramis mechanic by now. We've seen it in a couple of levels, I think. A couple of older ones by him, and I'm glad he's revived his concept because it's massively underused. Using fish bones as a detector mechanism. So here's 7 MMC, Bone Base Breach. The fish bones have stolen your mushrooms, sneak into their base undetected. There is a long description on the website. It says... Actually, it should be... So here's the thing that's not obvious. We had the same conversation last year with the All Your Base music level by Moxie. That the fish, of course, is pronounced bass, as opposed to the instrument or the clef, which is bass, which is one of those things that is not obvious at all about the English language, and which unfortunately leads to a lot of pun failure. But Bone Base Bandits, or Bone Bass Bandits, perhaps, have stolen your precious mushrooms. Sneak into their base undetected and retrieve the stolen delicacies. However, avoid eating them all on the spot as bloating might make it challenging to escape. Oh, too late. So anyway, we're going to breach the bone base that is full of bone bass. That will do it. It's not a sea bass, it's more of a C+. Yeah, and this is just the detector tutorial, which is mandatory because it also shows you how this pipe is going to open up. So yeah, you just need to get within range. This shows you what the detector range is going to be, approximately, using the track layout to kind of give you a sense of what to expect. And with the tutorial segment out of the way, we now make sure the fish is facing the other way when we get out of the detection box. Pretty elegant way to tutorialize this concept. And out we go. They're all the fishes in the sea, yeah. It certainly seems that way if you've been playing any amount of Animal Crossing at all. I finally completed the art museum in my Animal Crossing file, which I miraculously managed to do without having to do any trading. I was kind of wondering how long it would take me to do it without trading, so I got it done a couple weeks ago, and I have not returned Animal Crossing since. Even though I didn't finish the fish and bugs this time around, but I feel like I can do that some other year. Whoops. Nope. Thought I could get away with that one, but if it weren't for those meddling fish. Okay. Anyway. Had to be... Oh, no, you know what? I think we can make it. Nope, we can't. Okay, no, I need to do a tap that's near the end of its path going to the left, and then we need to leave the blocks open for long enough that we kind of stay down. I'll see if I can explain it visually. It'll be a little easier to show you what I mean. I guess it's technically like a getting over it level. So we hit it near the end of the fish pattern, and we will have ample time to move up. We don't need to do it all in one run, especially not with the kind of jump distances we're dealing with up top. So we'll just tap over there, and we should have enough time to get on the vine. Here we go. Fairly simple once you Approach it patiently. And, oh, didn't even think about that. We're just rushing in. Interesting door obstruction mechanism on this one. You've got the blaster offsets doing all that work. And, okay, good. Saved by the on-off switch. Probably could have just run this directly. It'll be... Oh, interesting to see how the speedrunners do with this one. Because I'm sure, like many levels, it's tuned in such a way that you can probably do things on the first cycle, if you're cautious. Yeah, like that. And we will wait a little bit, get onto the vines in the middle, and drop out. Interestingly enough, no, I was just thinking about whether the behavior here changes very much with the theme. But I don't think so. Let's drop this, and then what does that do? I was kind of curious. Now, if we go for the mushroom, then what happens? Let's try it. Need a little bit of uptime on the donut blocks. Oh, there we go. And yeah, that'll allow me to spin through the bottom right, which then allows me to exit. Now, we haven't really been diligent about looking for secret placement so far. Unless this is it? No, we don't see balloons yet. Unless we're popping balloons down here. Just by making pig noises. Here's a balloon. Okay. Maybe that is the balloon room. Oh. Oh. Feels like I was able to potentially not do that. Let's get back into this room here. Pop back out and see if we can balloon the rest. It feels like it is part of the required path, though. It's got a checkpoint and everything. Anyway, after the Nugukaza level last week, you'd think we'd be able to pilot the P-balloon by now. So yeah, that feels like it's part of the required path. I don't see that being any kind of bonus. So I don't know if there's an additional balloon secret. I suspect there may be. What a huge detection range. I guess it's a huge detection range because there are some fish that are off screen. That may also be within range. I don't know. Not really sure. Seems to be a much wider box than previously. Oh, it's probably because of the wings, actually. It's the wings on the fish. They extend the range considerably. Okay. Up we go. Yeah, this is very obviously part of the required path. And so we'll take a look at this and see what's going on. Looks like we'll create a bit of a time-sensitive situation here if we hit the P-switch. P-switch is going to block the pipe on the right side. But we need to do a circuit to make it there on time. And then... Nope. Almost. Few too many bumps along the way. Oh, we'll have to wait this one out. Then here we are. Pretty relaxed experience. I say that just as the dramatic music kicks in. Alright, looks like the platform is going to roll around a little bit and maybe lift the blaster to fire something intermittently if it's going to move up and clockwise. Yeah, then it'll make the circuit. You'll see the blaster perhaps go down to fire something along here, unless we're meant to slip into that spot or something. We'll see. I haven't really looked at this properly yet. There's fish in a tank, which is bad. Just sped my way into it. And that is not how to play. Notice the pipe on the top left as well. I think that may be the exit. Yeah. We just need to get in over here. Ideally, I'd scroll the camera down a little lower. And then we can speed through this. Yeah, because the idea is to touch the platform to lower the blaster. Oh, interesting. Trap. With the icicle there. Ah, and it creates a new detector mechanism. That's very nice. I was kind of wondering about the upper box. But the new detector mechanism seems to activate pretty much instantly when you get in within range. So we'll need to figure something out here. Probably go around the side path and just expect that the activation is going to happen. Unless, of course, we find a way to activate the icicle to kill it. Possibly with a bit of a dunk. Let's pop it. Let's follow it down just to see what happens. Oh, it's back there. Whoops. Well, that might have been interesting. But we're out of time, so we'll have to find out next attempt. Yeah, I mean, so far this is kind of the required midpoint. And in spite of the fact that it involves a balloon, I doubt that qualifies as the balloon room. So we'll keep looking. Oh, whoops. Massively overshot. Not a good idea. Okay, up we go. And this time we'll play this a little more sensibly. Anything up here? No. Well, might as well bounce our way back and do this properly. Prove that we still know how to drive this thing from time to time. We'll wait for the next cycle. It's pretty relaxed as long as you don't bump all over the place. It can be done quickly by anybody who would care to try. Interestingly enough, yeah, so there's, I think the P-switch mechanism just kind of gates you off looking at how the clown car works there, or not. Interesting. I don't think the P-switch affects anything else down here, though. I was just kind of curious. Because, of course, I have my eye on potential secret paths. But I don't think there was any kind of P-related effect going this far. No, it didn't seem so. A lot of the levels that we played from Terra Mist before have been huge dungeon mazes, and so we are always on the lookout for interesting backtracking or gating mechanisms from time to time. Okay, let's pop back up. And we'll wait for the reversal once again. And take some tight corners here and there, maybe. We can probably wait for the second run in this spot. Whoop. could have ended badly, given the extent of that rebound. Anyway, same kind of pattern as before, except this time we're not going to reverse it back down after we dunk the fish out of the way. Let's get out. Okay. We'll let it load up. It'll be well out of detection range. Nope. Overshot once again. Yeah, it should be fairly self-evident, but the way that the fish detector works is that it is an entity limit alarm. If the fish dies, which it only does if it detects you and runs into a wall, and that releases the munchers from the pipes that then take out the bombs and activate the on-off switch. So, fairly simple mechanism, but a usage of fish bones that I think I've only really ever seen from Teramis. I haven't seen other people catch on to this idea, really. I also feel like it's possible to speed past a fish if you... Oh, no, it's not, because this is a hard wall. This is not open. Never mind. You do have to do this the proper way. It's this little area here, so we don't just blunder on through the way we did previously. Yeah, notice what looks like a scroll break on the left side here, too. Kind of wonder what that's about. This thing right here on the left. That looks awfully suspicious. Probably no reason to go back down from here, but I just want to... Oh! Oh, okay. No, I didn't think about how this would actually be within range because it's in a central position, so you're definitely not supposed to go back down. Yeah, for some reason I thought it had lowered down to its original position, although that could clearly not be the case. So, yeah, no, we've had access to the exit there for a while. We just fooled around a little bit in case the hard blocks there did anything, but I don't see how I could manipulate that in any way, given that I'm in P-Balloon form for the foreseeable future. Okay, over here. And up we go. And we'll let that fish have an uplifting experience. Slowly navigate our way back out. Once we punch it. Okay, much better. Now we'll just leave. Sensibly, instead of poking around here for too long. Anyway, here is a checkpoint. Yeah, I really do wonder about this. Maybe it was... Well, we'll see. Maybe it's an exit point for a future secret, but then it would lead you back to this fellow who's about to be ejected out the airlock. From my very limited understanding of Among Us. Okay, so if you let the clown car drift over, then that's usable as a weight plate, right? Is that the idea? Or, yeah, because you trap it. But then you want to activate the on-off switch, don't you? But then the blaster should lower itself into a position, perhaps, that if you count the blocks properly, you are able to load into the door that way. So you do actually want to activate this. Once this seesaw mechanism is able to work. No, I completely miscalculated that. I thought... I don't know what I thought. But it wasn't that. We're at checkpoint. I'm very tempted to check this. Probably not. Hang on. Let's redo this. I mean, the thing is, yeah, if you've Maintain the on-off state. Oh yeah, no, I just need to drag the clown car down by going back below it and having it tail me. Because then it's going to apply enough pressure to the seesaw without the obstruction being in the way of the blaster dropping. So that's exactly how it should work. Nice mechanism there as well. Let's punch our way out. And once again, we're running a little bit low on time because I took way too long with some things, but eventually this will be the exit path. Now, I would need to drag the clown car to the left and up, I suppose, to get it to way down the upper seesaw so the flower drops onto the right side and then punches the blaster down where it's stacked by the icicle, So I do want to drag this thing over as far as I can. Whoops. Nope. Yeah, you want to drag it over and then you drag it up. But obviously you're not going to do it this way because that prevents the flower from dropping. But eventually, if you stick in this location for long enough, you should be able to... Yeah, because what it does is it releases the seesaw by removing the flower on the left side. That seems pretty clear. Whether we can do it in 39 seconds is much less clear. There we go. Much better. Let's not bump into every wall. So yeah, likely I'll have to redo this anyway if we don't find a secret. And 13 seconds. Let's drive out of here. Oh, can we make it? Can we make it? And even if we do, at what cost? At this cost, okay. So it looks like there's a boss segment here. No time to scout ahead. That's okay. We'll just redo this part. And it looks like it's another clown car escort that will be coming our way. Hence why it teaches you to clown car escort this early on. Yeah, this is definitely a new element that really distinguishes this from some of the other Terramis fish levels that we've seen. Okay, there we go. Same idea here. Nope, too late. Alright, let's try it again. Nope. Well, we did have the timing down earlier. We'll just see if we can recreate that in a timely fashion. Whoop, too close. Pretty much as soon as the fish decides to stand out of the way, the problem is that the clown car is bumping pretty aggressively on our wall on the right instead of cooperating. As you can see, it's taking forever to just face in the other direction, and we may need to rethink that somehow. Just to reposition it in advance. Let's see if we can do anything to manipulate the clown car's current pattern. I don't really think so. We'll just need to draw it back. Yeah, because the thing is, it does not need to change its facing direction. It just kind of needs to float back like that. If it changes its facing direction, that actually makes things harder because of the way it bounces off the left side wall. So that would have been good to know. Okay, there we go. And we're out of here. Okay, boss time, apparently. We'll need to drag the clown car up to the left once we avoid activating the first fish. Whoops. Let's scout. Interesting. The key is ultimately for that key door. So if there is a secret to this level, we haven't seen it yet. But maybe it's at the very end. Or maybe the balloon room counts as the balloon room. I don't know. If Teramis drops by later, we may just have to ask. Oh good, the spikes actually do some of the work here for me. Nope. Ceiling bump there was the end of that story. No danger in the boss room is nice yet. No danger in any of these rooms, really. You're not going to die here. It's not like some makers who will just have a Koopaling shooting things at you the whole time. Now, it would break the concept quite a bit, though, to knock the player out of the P-Balloon, because if you go back from the P-Balloon to standard platforming, that does change things a bit. I think you're still reasonably gated off of certain areas, but... a concept like this works, and because it is this kind of stepwise traversal puzzle. Aegis Cook? Aegis Cook, I said this to Mang already, but this applies to you as well. Really enjoyed your comment art on Red Moon's level, which we saw earlier. Okay. There we go. Navigate our way around and then boost our way up. As long as we don't bump our head at the top, that was doable. Now we need to go up and down a few times to eventually load the car down. I'm kind of amazed this works, given the clown car movement. But I suppose because of the way it's gravitating towards you, you're kind of restricted in this area in such a way that it is going to follow you over to the right without too many complications. Again, really glad I'm not speedrunning this. One-way panel is going to do quite a bit of work here too, in terms of making sure the clown car has enough room to bump ahead, but not backwards. Because while they can go through 2 tile slots in this form, it is fussy for them to do so. Will not be making that happen here. Whoa. Okay. Galaxy music, and we need to head on up to see if there's anything up above. Because I did not find an actual secret room, did I? Because there's 7MMC over here. So maybe the balloon room is just a balloon room. Game sound is gone. Okay, so you couldn't even hear the Galaxy music. We need to fix this. We've had so many streams recently with no audio problems whatsoever. It's unfortunate that this kicked in again today. Because, yeah, amazingly, we've had no issues lately with sound. Up till today, apparently. So I thought I'd address the issue. Okay, so... and I don't know, Aegis Cook, if you know the answer to this, but I never found a secret room in this level. I guess maybe where you acquired a P-Balloon is the balloon room, but I don't know if that's the case. And Teramis is not here for me to ask, so... But having scanned around carefully enough, I don't know where such a secret could be, so I think we'll just take the exit for now. Number 7. Because we've seen the 7MMC text, we've obviously seen a balloon. And sometimes not every level will have some kind of side path, so... If we have missed something, we should figure that out. Third check time 2:51. Yeah, as you can see, even with Murphy grinding away at this, perhaps, well, not grinding away necessarily, but definitely trying to make a run through it. He's still a minute off, so there is incidentally a kind of weekly speedrun leaderboard going on within the first few days of the 7 MMC level releases. The winners do get acknowledged in the video the following week. I don't exactly know the specifics of how this is being run, but if you follow the website to the Discord or whatever, I'm sure you can find out, or one of the 7 MMC makers in the room can tell you. There is a 7 balloon room. Very clearly there is a 7 balloon room that we never saw. Right in the middle of this layout. I don't think we ever saw that, so we have to look for it. I don't think I'll re-clear the whole level because it'll just take too long, but we'll do some hunting. And it is absolutely to the left of that hard block segment that I noticed earlier in the fishbone room. That's where it's placed. So in the room where the fishbone is loaded from the lower tank to the upper tank, you know how we saw the hard blocks that were right by the exit pipe? That's the path to the 7 balloon, so we need to figure out what the condition is for breaking that open. Maybe I need to do that room on the first try, but if I don't do it in the first try, I don't know how I would intentionally die there. Yeah, 3 good 5U, every level is required to have a pretty clear balloon room. Yeah, so I knew exactly where this one was placed. I didn't know how to open that up. So I think we'll have to replay the level to do it. It may be something that's dependent on the state switching. Where perhaps I need to one-shot things up to that point, or... Well, I never load anywhere near that area earlier on in the level, I think, so... I doubt that... It's something like surviving without a checkpoint or whatever. Like, there's some kind of hidden condition for that we haven't determined. And yeah, 3 good 5U. Looking forward to your contribution this week as well. As you know, yours is coming up pretty soon. We're going to look for the balloon, though. So I know where it's placed. I don't know the point at which it became impossible for me to get it. There was a very suspicious top right slot, though, wasn't there, with the on-off switch? Oh no, I think that's just for a blaster block on that pipe. But it's going to be in the room that I thought it was. And I don't have the zoom in on my current controller because I'm using the Super Nintendo controller, but we'll need to do a bit of detective work here to figure that out. Unless it's an exit only. Maybe it's an exit only. It would make sense for... Given that we have no idea how to break it open from the right side, it would make sense that maybe it has to be bombed open from the left. And if you look at the blaster block that's in the 7 balloon room, there's some kind of blaster block over probably what is the entry door to that area. That we'll have to acknowledge. So if we get to the room with the fish in a tank going up and down, we are probably too far and have overshot it already. So let's go back and take a look. You were on a pretty bad delay, so you just refreshed. Yeah, my audio was glitching out just now too, so you didn't miss much. 3 good 5U. I'm pretty sure I played your Tower Escape a little while ago as well, and I think that was one of the ones I found pretty memorable. This was months ago, of course. I didn't play all of Tower Escape. I played a good chunk of it, though. Yeah, I'll have to dig up the VOD for you, I think. Because I did run a bunch of them earlier in the year. Okay, let's see about this. Yeah, very possibly I'm supposed to one-shot something, but maybe there's something that I'll have to figure out. before or after we get the balloon? Let's see. Okay, let's do the early jumps correctly, though. Perhaps that might be helpful here. Nope. Hang on. In situations like that, we need all the blocks to just stop so I can start over. Without poking away at them endlessly. And here we go. Alright, let's have this. And up we go. So yeah, we'll try to keep track of how far we went before access to the secret room became an issue. Sound again, really? Okay, I still see my dials working. Is it just off pitch or is it just glitching out? It is glitching out, right? Yeah, that's too bad. It was just running so perfectly for the past week and a half or so. Let me fix it first before it becomes a real problem again. Yeah, I'll have to look into that because I thought I had found a fix that was fairly reliable, and then maybe something changed today. But we'll hope it sticks, and then, as usual, you can let me know if the audio is still having problems. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we know the mushroom can get you down below, and then that's going to be the start of the P-Balloon segments right around there. So possibly... Now, the thing is, if I grab the mushroom, I think I'm actually able to come back here as long as you're still in the on state. But can you do that in the on state? You have to, because you don't want any state switching to happen at all in order to survive in that room. So perhaps if you come back here with the mushroom... I don't think you can reverse through the level, though, because I believe the blasters will get into position to block the pipe if you try to come back and deliberately activate a switch. Or will they? We'll find out. We'll find out. Oh. Anyway, let's do this. So what we'll do is we'll take the mushroom back. And... yeah, we'll have to cling onto the vines in the middle. I feel like this route actually does seem promising. Like, I could see this being the solution. But then you would need to activate a switch in order to get into the right side. But then you just need to not fall into the pit in the middle here first, perhaps. So let's activate it deliberately. No, it does shift you out. And there's no way you can beat the blaster there, so that will not be it. But we tried. Okay, in that case, let's go for the P-Balloon. Assume that it's going to be a post-P-Balloon secret. If it is a post-P-Balloon secret, that gives us some valuable information because it means that we can start looking for it past checkpoint here. And yeah, you do need to collect these first because the P-Balloon, it appears, is entity blocked. I'd forgotten about that because if you spawn at checkpoint, that's not the case, I think. Or rather, yeah, no, I'm mistaking where the checkpoint is. It's... Anyway, let's play more, talk less. But yeah, we should be looking around this area. Notice that previously, I mean, this is too far down below to be anything useful, but, well... I can go back now, yes. But that would just be a reset for this room. I don't think it does anything for me. Can't I go back to the start of the level of the balloon? Possibly. That may be it, actually. Yeah, because you would be able to enter the pipe in the previous room. That's true. That may actually be it. Like, I could absolutely see that being the solution. But I'll see. I don't know if there's anything I would have failed to consider, but you can definitely go further than we did before with the mushroom. And then... we'll see here, because maybe there was some kind of visual clue that I would otherwise have noticed earlier as well. Okay, we'll need to back out. Interesting that we're basically doing these challenges in reverse now, too. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't consider this earlier. I mean, we did notice the backwards route with the mushroom, of course, and gave it a bit of an initial look, but... this would usually be one of the first things I consider doing. Certainly if I were trying to playtest this. Yeah, because the tutorial room at the very beginning is one that we haven't explored either, which also is a big vertical column in its own right. Now, I don't know if we can do a straight drop here if we just activate the switch, because if it's the beginning of a level, we don't have to deal with... oh yeah, we do have to deal with the blaster block, because that would have been previously spawn blocked. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty confident that may be what it is, then. Yeah, because it's the blaster blocking mechanisms that kind of enforce that you do still need to do the whole... switching sequence, rather. Nope, hang on. Let's not rush it, even if we have the panic music going. Oh, nope, off center. Nope. Once again, too much of a rebound. Okay, let's try it again. Nope. Okay, we need to rethink this. Just like I had to rethink it on the way up, in fact. Just try to leave it open between fish cycles. That's 60 seconds. I feel like we'll probably need to redo this anyway, so... nope, hang on. Nope. Still... let's let it calm down first. Now, near the end of its path, we bump it. We leave it open for the next round. There we go. Much more sensible. 30 seconds to do the rest. Let's see. If we don't have enough time to explore the bonus room properly, we will need to redo this. $19 seconds. And here's the balloon room. It gives you the key door. Oh, and it launches the balloon, I see. So the balloon starts out in this position. And then you release it. No, you don't. But that is the balloon room, right? But that's not the balloon room we were looking at on the previous screen earlier. It looks like there's supposed to be a second one going on, then isn't there? Because that's the tethered balloon. Yeah, that's the tethered balloon. There's definitely a balloon that has been launched. And we didn't have enough time to look at that, so we'll go back and we'll try to activate it again. And good morning, Taramis. I didn't say that already. Just doing a little bit of balloon hunting in this level that may have been created by somebody we know. Okay, there we are. Nope. Yeah, really do enjoy the two-way structure of this stuff, though. Especially how it works with standard Mario one way and E-Balloon the next. Like I was saying going in, I was kind of expecting, given Taramis levels I played in the past, that it might be some Metroid-style backtracking thinking. I'd explicitly said that earlier in the stream and still didn't consider this option until too late. Alright. Let's do this sensibly again. Get in a position and not spend way too much time. Yeah, as you can see, the rebound takes you all the way back, so you can just speed through it after that. Let's not rush it. Balloon over. Oh, no, got stuck in a corner. That's what happens sometimes when we drive. So yeah, you've got the tethered balloon, which gives you a key, and you can exit immediately out the key door, but... Whoops. I wonder if we can exit another way and keep the key, but we'll think about that. Not that we've seen a key door elsewhere. Nope, hang on. You too drive in a yellow suit that makes you overly bloated and allows you to puff gas to propel yourself. Yeah. That's how to do it. You're not protected by the airbag. You must be the airbag. Okay. Let's just do it a slow way. Whoop. Oh, disaster. Almost. Luckily that corner was going to be generous to me. And let's do it slowly. There we are. About an extra 300 seconds on what we had previously. Oh, I just noticed that the 50 coins make a 7. Now, can we get within fish range for anything here? Probably not. But we can bump the key block. We cannot exit out here once we have bumped the key block. So what would be the point of bumping the key block? The balloon is tethered here. Possibly we were within range of activating something, because look at this. If this is... evidently the top half, perhaps, of something that has been scroll stopped. Perhaps we were within range of activating something, except if we think back to the main screen, the hidden balloon later is kind of on the top half of its own screen, so who knows if layout-wise that actually makes sense, but maybe we were within range of activating something that will break open the other balloon location. The Electro Dude, rather, good morning. Had a lot of fun with your level when we saw it earlier. Okay. Oh, can't drive. Never mind. Alright, let's try this again. And yeah, Electrogeode didn't take me too long to get through it. Went pretty smoothly, in fact. At least compared to the level that came after it. Now let's wait for the fish. And up we go. Okay. Now let's dunk this guy. Okay, so this was the moment of truth, this area here. But unfortunately, we've not been able to unlock anything, so... I was hoping that there would be some kind of state switch that might have happened from the previous balloon room, which would then lead us here, but perhaps we need to take the level all the way to the end in the same segment in order for this to happen. And you do hit the checkpoint here, so if it's not the case, then we would need to restart it, unless, of course, we go back. No, you're past the gate at that point. So we're definitely still missing the launched balloon room, perhaps. I mean, we've already technically found one balloon secret, so perhaps that's just a bit of decoration. But no, I don't think it is. I mean, the scroll brick clearly implies to me that that's the exit for something relevant. So we may need to get through more of this after all, and perhaps navigate to the end quickly without dying from this point, in case there was some kind of switching mechanism from having entered the grounded balloon room. Nope. Well, this is going to take some time. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how close people manage to get to the creator clear time, because it seems like there's tremendous distance left to cover to get to that point. So here's the thing, if there's something that's conditionally dependent on having discovered the grounded balloon, then we would have to start over and navigate our way back there. But it does look like the launched balloon should be discoverable. It's very clearly implied. It's just a matter of, like, was that an exit or was that an entrance? And I felt like that was an exit that we may have kind of overshot already at this point. That perhaps there was an opportunity to hit the launched balloon room that we must have missed. Like, what a state switch. Wait a minute, wait a minute. If you did a state switch much earlier... You see, because the balloon is all in red, if you managed to uncover it, there was the fish that was in the middle that was acting as a detector. We might have to rethink this, because I feel like I'm already kind of past the point where that's going to be relevant. And we're going to be running out of time regardless. So I may restart the level then, just to give that a better look. Or hop out and take a look at the main screen quickly. Because I get the distinct impression that the opportunity has already been lost. And given that we have 39 seconds, I think maybe the thing to do is actually to restart it now. Or maybe just take a look at more info once again. Yeah, because once again, the launched balloon room is clearly there and available. There's some kind of blaster block on the mound to the bottom left. So I'm looking at the room that has the big 7 inside the circle, inside the balloon-shaped object, rather. That's kind of in the middle of the layout. That is on the left side of the scroll break over to the up and down fish tank room. So the question is how to traverse there. And is it dependent on having previously found a grounded balloon? Which may or may not be the case. Because the grounded balloon room is going to spit you up pretty directly after that, and I don't know if you need to round a bend another time for a second loop or something. The grounded balloon room is definitely in the subworld, though. As you can see, it doesn't appear on this map. So we'll rethink this. And hopefully do the early segments quickly enough that we can get back in a position to explore once again. Okay. Let's try it. And we'll try to wait for a sensible pattern this time on this guy. Alright, we'll try this once again. Nope, hang on. Yeah, really interesting setups for the blaster blocking being conditional on which side you're entering. The subworld balloon was designed to be fairly easy to find. After the player has found it, it is intended that a player looks at more info and realizes they haven't found everything yet. Yeah. No, I found the more info screen before I found a subworld balloon. But I also noticed the scroll break beside the launched balloon room very early and didn't know what to do with it. So seemed very clearly implied that there was a secondary secret here. And we will, of course, go for it. I haven't really had a chance to watch other people stream the 7MMC levels yet this year. So I don't know how rigorous people have been with the secret hunts. I'm still on 100% so far. Although, if any more difficult precision levels get into the mix, that may change. Because even the super gentle intro precision one earlier today required quite a bit of work for me. 3Good5U, you've been watching 7MMC streams all day. Yeah, that's totally the Maker experience. I completely get that. Because I was in 4 through 6 YMM, and launch day was always that kind of excitement. Kind of like a pub crawl with the other makers from your week as well, I think, where you just all get together and mob an extreme as it comes along. Yeah, this is usually my viewer level time, but I've decided to switch it over to 7MMC for the next few weeks because we kind of have enough viewer overlap anyway that it makes the most sense because, you know, I get enough people like Electrodude and Taramis and such coming in anyway that they would have wanted to submit their 7MMC content, so we might as well just cut the middleman and do it. From what you've seen, people either go for no secrets or all of the secrets, yeah. Well, we will see. This is one of the few secrets that I've actually had to search for so far. I think, for the most part, most of the levels I can think of from this year have involved doing something fairly obvious like the pink coin collection instead. And it's nice to have a bit of a hunt. I feel a certain duty to it because I was allegedly responsible for one of the more infuriating hunts last year. And where people either got it right away or they were just stuck on mine for an hour. And oh, I guess on Tino's level we uncovered a route that was not actually a secret. Like we did something tricky that looked like it was a secret, but was actually too clever even for that level. So for Tino's level in week 1, we successfully escorted a POW into the goal area, thinking that it would do something, but the only thing it did was actually just block up the entity limit and prevent the clown car from spawning, and the clown car is the actual thing you need for the secret. But I thought it would trip some kind of state trigger or something if I took the POW block with me. And it looked like it was something unanticipated that thankfully didn't break anything. Oh, nope. Didn't think I was within range, but I guess I was. Okay, let's do this once again. And nope. Hang on. Driving has not gone well today. And we are burning a lot of time here. Previously, I guess I respawned from checkpoint and made it back to the grounded balloon room with plenty of time remaining. Now, the thing is, I'm thinking about whether it's necessary to hit the grounded balloon room in order to unlock the second one, because if it's not, then going backwards is actually pointless. Because it only takes you to that grounded balloon room, but I'm wondering if it creates some kind of condition if you go all the way backwards that allows you to discover the second secret. But I wasn't paying too much attention to the switch activations there to see what could be done to launch the balloon once discovered. Hang on. We're having lots of trouble, as you can see. And since you can't actually die here, it does lead to an issue where if you're low enough on time that you know you're not going to get the thing done, you still have to kind of run out the clock. But that's okay. We'll make it work. Nope. Look at that. I thought I was out of range. And usually the people in hitboxes are so generous, but this is not a hitbox thing, it's a detection range thing, so that's a little bit different. It's not my range I'm worried about, it's the fish bones. So we'll have to scan this pretty carefully to see if there's something I haven't considered. Because you get that key that's in the subworld balloon room, but it just pops you back out of there immediately. I'm also thinking, since you can get a key off of the boss, whether you can reverse it with it into something instead of just spending it on the exit door. The detection range is more unforgiving vertically and horizontally. Yeah, I guess that's why that's kind of a constraint with the track design as well, right? In terms of what you can indicate to the player. That the track layout isn't flexible enough for you to give the player a more accurate range, as opposed to, whoops. Whereas you've got that notch side to side that allows you to specify that, you know, you kind of need a little bit of extra horizontal clearance. Yeah, let's try it again. "50 seconds, we're probably not going to make it, but literally falling asleep, yeah. Male64, you're not the first person to discover that my stream occasionally has soporific qualities. This is how people end up AFK in my viewer queue from time to time, is they do literally fall asleep. Okay, this will be a bit of a learning run. We'll need to redo it to have enough time to actually play in this room here, but I want to pay attention to whether there's some kind of off-screen activation. Doesn't appear to be. But if you came in here with... No, you can't come here with a switch activation because that would block off the blaster gate in the previous room, right? So it might be pointless to come back to this room. Unless there's something like a secondary key. We might want to explore slightly ahead, but not proceed to checkpoint 2. I think at this point it's wiser to explore ahead rather than behind. You had like 3 hours of sleep lately. Yeah, I've been like that too. I've been averaging like maybe 4 or 5 hours a night for the past week or two. I've had some crash naps every now and then. I actually started to stream today about half an hour behind what I intended because I kind of needed a pre-stream nap so I don't fall asleep with a controller in my hand. Okay, let's see if there's anything explorable here, because I feel like I'm definitely missing something. But I also see no reason to believe at the moment that it will be conditional on finding the first balloon room. Unless there was some kind of off-screen activation that affects... Whoops. Or it gets within range. It might be something P-switch related, now that I think about it. Because going backwards drops you in the P-switch room. And it also shows you that there's a hidden exit door there. Whoops. Note what you said about it being unforgiving vertically. Let's keep that in mind. Yeah, Mel64, get some sleep. Get some sleep. I guess if you've been binging Xenoblade, that also accounts for lack of sleep. So definitely take some time to recover. And enjoy the rest of Torna as well. I remember Torna ending on a pretty high note. Okay. So it's probably something in the fish tank room, like maybe a second thing that we need to do in that room after we've dropped the fish down low. Nope, once again, too close vertically. Yeah, we'll try to make it happen. And let's see what this is all about. And we'll just wait for this and this. Okay, so this is what drops you out here. This is the key door that pushes you immediately. We've tried reversing with the P-switch already previously. Because this does disable the clown car down low. I wonder if I just didn't make it far enough with the P-switch for it to actually do something useful. Or if you need to... Well, the P-switch has to be deactivated for you to get to the next room in this room, so that can't be it. But let's say you hit the P-switch and go back. And we'll try to do it more accurately this time. And... Nope. Hang on. I think I had scanned this previously, though, and... There is a P-switch by that door, down low. Yes, yes, look at the P-switch. Look at how the P-switch is covering that blaster in the middle. If you're in the on state, look at this. That's where it is. I had thought about this much earlier too, actually, before we even saw more info or the subworld secret. I thought about reversing with the P-switch, and I gave up on it for some reason. Probably because I didn't see a P-block on the screen, not considering that I hadn't remembered that a P-block could be behind that blaster. Because I basically got to this room and I thought, oh, okay, maybe there's no reason to reverse with a P, because like you don't have enough uptime on a P-switch to go much further than this. And I actually should have just tried that a second time, because I would have revealed that secret really early, before I'd even finished the level the first time. But that's clearly what it is. It's going to be reversing with a P. And a placement makes complete sense. Electro Dude, hope you enjoyed the playthrough. We figured this one out. I was so close to getting it earlier, in fact, without realizing it. Because, yeah, Terminus, I think this was before you came in, but I think literally the first time I came to the P-switch, I thought, I wonder what happens if you reverse. And I just gave up on it without realizing that that was premature. But you cannot activate any of this, though. You need to actually rip the whole thing. You think it's hilarious how Red Moon's level had so much nice comment art, and your comment section is just filled with little Timmies. Yeah, I wonder what happened there. Yeah, whoops. You see, it's not even that they're reaching a different demographic or whatever, because they have a lot of the same players, as far as I can tell. You know, people following along with 7MMC. Nope. We need much better piloting skills here. Geometry Dash fanbase moment. Probably is. I don't know anything about the fanbase for Geometry Dash and what they are usually like, but your comments don't have anything interesting going on. I don't know whether to take you seriously. We'll look at it afterwards and see. Probably at least some people congratulating themselves for seeing the secret. Okay, the driving is too imprecise. We're bumping the corners. If we drive this cleanly, we are fine. But you actually do need to apply some of those remaining skills from the Nugu Kaza level last week to do this properly. And critically not bump the sides. Nope. You would have expected some Amogus drawings at least. Well, I mean, people need to get that far in your level in the first place, Terminus. You have to remember, they actually have to make it a checkpoint too. You have one friend who streams Geometry Dash, and even though he himself acts mature, his chat is the most childish one I've ever seen. Is there a particular reason that Geometry Dash skews that young? Is it just something to do with his accessibility, or...? Anyway. Well, nope. Oh, whoops, nope. Let's go back. You don't think there's really a specific reason for it? Some communities tend to be this way. Yeah, I think that's true. Because eventually they alienate all the people who are not that way, right? So that's how community standards get built. Okay. We should definitely be able to pass this fish on the first attempt. We've done it before. But I need to not fly that close. It's okay. It's quick to retry this. We still have 100 seconds worth of attempts left. Nope. Too close. Nope, too much bumping. In a way, I guess you do have to be good at the balloon to earn your right to pilot the big balloon, which makes sense in its own little way. Whoops. Yeah, too many corner bumps. I'm trying to do a little more boosting now because I do need the speed, but we are paying the price for it here with some of the wall collisions. Hang on. Nope. Overshooting as we head to the right. We might be trying this for a while, but we're going to do it. We're low enough on time, though, that we probably, if we succeed now, won't have much time to look at the bonus room, but I don't expect to succeed now, I think. Whoops. Meng Meng. Yeah, fast P-switch music, especially when you duck back and forth, like, back and forth over the pipe. Or you just sustain it in its last moments. And it's okay. Let's put that. I feel like there's a little too much lag time for me between hitting the P-switch and entering the pipe, and we should fix that. Nope, still too close. I can clearly beat it. We've done it before. But let's fly in this way so we can have a nice smooth motion over to the pipe. That was not a smooth motion to the pipe. Okay, that was good. Hey, we got it. And now we need to not choke in this segment here. Nope, we choked. We choked. Well, so much for that. 13 seconds. That's okay. We didn't have enough time to enjoy the room anyway, so let's hang our head in shame here and time out. Shame, shame, shame. Okay. I'm thinking about how the mushroom spawn worked here in terms of the mushroom placement. If you come here before checkpoints. Because there's something conditional here going on too. It might be from your spawn location. Oh, probably from wings perhaps, or from the track. Yeah, because I guess... No, I know what it is. Because when you're dropping it from the top, you're... No, I'm just thinking about the mushroom loading trick that you have here. But I guess it would be the loading range coming in from the... Right, perhaps? I don't know. I haven't thought about it carefully. Because you have that tile difference between the pipe spawn point and the checkpoint spawn point to work with. You have Podoboo on a track that only spawns when going through the second vertical room. Okay. Yeah, it was clearly something conditional on the track that was dependent on the checkpoint, but I couldn't quite discern what it was. Nice trick, though. To make that something memorable that you don't need to repeat. Okay, 400 seconds. Let's see if we can do it on this round of attempts. We're really pushing it on the previous run. Whoops. So last time I found that some of the corner bumps near the end were actually to my advantage. We should actually practice flying this a little bit, but that's okay. Yeah, I should have noticed that must have been an element like a Podoboo, given that you had the ice blocks there, the ice coins that would drop out by the mushrooms and would indicate an ice coin blockage. Yeah. That would make things much cleaner if I just used the corner bumps instead of steering. because that's actually what got me through last time, except this corner would put me within range, I think, so. But then you can kind of clean up the rest of the flight path after that without worrying too much about steering and having to release the boost. Okay. Let's go. Whoop, nope. Shaving it a little too close there. Once again, going to burn quite a lot of time on this. Well, we successfully navigated the flight once. Let's... Okay. Nope. Shouldn't have gone for that. Or people in Mario just kind of peeking out to see if everything's alright. It is not alright. Okay. And back we go. No, wow, okay. No, I thought I was going to clear that time. That was not great. Alright, let's try it again. Okay. Need to fly more or less like that to make it over. Okay, 270 seconds to do this correctly. Nope, that was a bad start. Yeah. Nope. What if I just kind of fly straight? You know what? If I just hold right into this one, then I can get here quickly and turn up at the very end of that. So I actually do want to take maybe the first corner and just hold right after that. That's going to be a big improvement. Nope. Too slow there. A little too much deceleration. Maybe I'm losing a bit too much speed from the bump, but it does clean up the first corner quite a bit, though, in terms of making it reliable to play. And so maybe the trade-off is okay. But... oh, lost a boost there. Oh, I actually made it through without the switch activation. It looked like the fish was going to activate for a moment, and it didn't. So I'm okay. I didn't expect to be okay, and I nearly threw that attempt for no reason. Oops. No, we need to redo this. Get into position. Nope. Nope, complete failure. Well, guess we are going all the way back. If a fish is slacking on the job, so be it. Yeah, I'll take it. I'm not going to report it for being negligent in its duties. Okay, let's head back up. Maybe it was sufficiently off-screen at that point. I don't know. I don't know enough about the finer points of some of the Fishbone logic. It may actually be because the pipe was off screen at that point, and so the pipe spawning a muncher was not relevant. I think that's what happened. Was that the fish died, the entity limit was released, but then that should have affected the other pipes down below, though, right? Because you actually have another detection pipe further down, or not? But I think I was out of range of the pipe. That's at the very least what happened. And so the fish was doing its job. The mechanisms around it, not so much. Too slow here. Too slow. Yeah, no, if the entity was released, though, you would have thought that this lower bomb would have done its job. But... so I don't know what happened there. But we have 100 seconds to find out, and we're going to get panic music once again. Nope. Slow, slow corner there. Once again, I should actually use the corner bump, but... like... yeah, I just need to do it in a 90-degree turn as I hit that corner. Nope, forgot about my previous strat already here, apparently. And there as well. Hey, look, we made it before it hit. Great. Now we'll do it again. Do this part again, rather. Nope. I've got to stop trying to do that in a single round. I've got to drop the donut block and then do a second attempt here. Sound is dead again. Yeah, so am I, so that works. It's fair. Corner bumps are speed strat if one can get them right. Yeah, I know that from experience of being like basically coached on some people in levels. We're not going to reset. You know what? The sound is dead. I'm going to... oh, something hit something else. Yeah, I'm going to do the sound reset. Let's just give me one moment. Like I was saying, sound was perfect the last week and a half or so on the stream, and then just started going kaput again today. Kind of a deeply annoying circumstance, but... well, we might as well try to practice this corner, perhaps. Not that I can. But I think I need to lower this first. Come back. And then drive it. And the fish cycle here is quick enough that I should be able to do that. Because doing it in one round is leading me to a bit of a choke every time. We will not have time to practice it. We'll have to do the segment again. Alright, hang our head in shame. Add the checkpoint. And let's retry it. And up we go. And look at that corner bump off that guy too. Well, if we can do it. But at the moment, kind of hard to say. But anyway, we've been able to make it to the next room a few times. It's just choking at donut blocks instead. That is getting me into a fair bit of trouble. Nope. Okay, once again, managed to speed past that before it registered as entity clearance. Yeah, I guess because it's off screen at that point, so the entity limit is refilled by the other fish that was loaded back in, right? Maybe. Haven't quite mapped that out to see. There we go. Much better. Doing things a sensible way. Imagine that. That's a yay. It's a big yay. And let's launch the balloon eventually. Oh, we need to Mario Kart our way through this obstacle first. But wait, there's more. And let's not get caught by the vertical range once again. And it's 7 MMC, I see that. That's the pattern here. Yeah, neat little 7 MMC segment. We'll take this slowly, so we don't make too much of a mess. Here's the 7. Nope, let's take it patiently. Nearly decided to speed through that. That may not have been the best idea, given how I tend to pilot this. Okay, there we go. And here is the balloon, and I'm sure we're supposed to knock all of that out and have a fountain of coins or something, but we'll... Oh, okay, that's how you pump your way out. Because this would drop a bomb, obviously. And this would drop all the coins as well. Yeah, we're likely not re-clearing the level, and I usually would, but I think we've reached a real destination on this one, so... And we've kept 3 good 5U waiting long enough, perhaps. Spike ball, okay, not a bomb. So, let's... You know, there's an on switch here on the balloon. I don't think we can do anything with it, though. It's just there to be extra decorative. Because now, of course, I'm thinking about whether we can do something with it. Anyway, we hit checkpoint. Let's call it. I totally didn't look at any comment art that was left on that screen, but that's okay. We're not going back. It's been very good background music for your chem homework. Yeah, if the music is functional, so that's why it's important to let me know when it's not. Let's take a look at the very few comments, in case anybody has found a bonus room. Ran out of time. Well, he didn't run out of time to leave the comment, that's for sure. And Wiltini was here. And Ichini was here. A lot of the usual puzzle crew. And Loop has blindfolded his little ninja fishbone here. What the ninja fishbone doesn't see can't hurt it. Alright, let's continue. At long last. Okay, 3 good 5U is indeed next. And it's going to be the Great Spire. It's going to be our first Link level this week. Navigate a dungeon by changing a central pillar's height. Coins required. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be our first full-scale puzzle this week. Really looking forward to it. Haramis, no cool art. Well, I mean, Aegis Cook can't be rushed. You have to give him a little bit of time. Anyway, the lengthy description just adds a few words. It says, navigate a winding Link dungeon by changing the height of a central pillar. Let's see how it works. 425 world record on it, so people have been taking their sweet time. Looks like a safety coin once you are able to navigate back here and bomb this out. How many coins in total? 5. Okay. Looks like the blasters there are definitely gating off some kind of exit back into that room. Also looks like Master Sword should be reachable here, but we'll let it take a bit of a dip, and no, it's not. Okay. In that case, it's going to be a little out of reach until we get up here. Let's scout down here first, though. Looks like, yeah, this is the central tower mechanism that we were warned about. And the blaster is being used as Master Sword refreshes. It's pretty helpful just to keep you in link state, to maintain that near 10% clear rate. Whoops. There was a map screen at the front, of course, and over here as well, but you know what? As often as I see these mini-map concepts in Link Dungeons in this game, I've seen very few levels actually make very clever use of them, so we'll see if this one does. Like, there have been very few levels where I've actually used a map, but it always stands out to me when we do see one like that. Okay, we can drop back down, of course, now that the tower has been seemingly lowered by a notch. And allowed me to come over to this side. Swords are everywhere. Also notice... Wait. Gotta go back and do this. Oh no, that's out of range. I thought it was along the corner, but it's not. It looks like this is an entity limit room, judging by the bomb mechanism. Now over to POW. And let's go down. Okay. Shot everything over there. We'll have to keep this coin in mind, perhaps. Maybe we will use the map just to keep things that like that in check. Just to understand where we are in the grid. And yeah, this can be bombed, obviously. I wonder, yeah, no, I don't think I would have been able to get in close safely enough to tap the spring to raise it out of here. Not that it would have been too useful unless I... Yeah, because even head bumping it over to this location would not give me enough space. Regardless, let's continue. And hit checkpoint 1. Yeah, we're following a somewhat linear course so far. That's okay, we're still going to engage with the central mechanism. That looks like the natural thing to do, so... That's what bombs are for. Whoops, no. Oh, that worked. Somewhat. Perhaps unexpectedly. Let's do the ground stomp on it and see if we can get some extra height. I don't think we will be able to. No, it doesn't. It's not a spike ball. I knew that. But always have to check these things just to be absolutely sure. Skull platform is going to allow me to enter this door over here. And then, what do we have? We've got note block that can be hit from above. Probably not from below. Looks like eventually this note block is going to send a vine going up, though. So we'll take this one going down. I kind of wonder. I mean, I guess this would have been pretty thoroughly tested to ensure that you can't just do something from below, but... Oh, this is a bomb location for sure. And then this is also something, but we can't reach it yet. And the camera isn't going to give me much help here, so... Yeah, I guess that's where we eventually have to go when we spawn the lower vine. This is going to give me anything yet because we need an on-off state switch in order to have access to that hard block down below. So let's figure that out. Whether there's anything we can interact with here. We have had one state switch 2 off already, so possibly we double back. Nope. Yeah, that's gonna fall down. If we find the on-off toggle, then we are set. Unless there's something I can use to... Oh, you know what? No, you can hit the vine from below. That's what that does. You do need to reset the room for that to happen, so... That's just something we needed to think about initially. Can we do anything other than the off switch? Does not look like it. Anyway, we'll bomb the lower segment here. And go back up for the state switch once again. Lower that a little further. Now, I do wonder what a double hit will do. But I think we're out of spawning range for this, right? So, yeah. No reason to do a double hit then, because everything will respawn on the way down anyhow. And then... well, let's see. I wonder if do anything there apart from dropping everything a little further. We need a little bit more backtracking here and there. I think this causes everything to respawn back in position though. Let's check to ensure that's the case. Yeah, it is. Okay. I have to check these things sometimes. There we go. Well, we would need to find some way to hit that, unless we were to dunk it down below, which I don't think will be the case. We can always set, let's see if that's within bomb range for me to like get down and try to beat a bomb to the respawn, because I think that's not going to be the case, okay? No, that's way out of range anyway. That's not going to be it. Yeah, that's not going to do anything, but... we'll need to consider this with more time than I have available. No, what it is we need to reverse through this room, and we need to do it while dunking this block. So we basically do the switch for the on-off state. We get back into the room, and then we drop that. And that's it. And that's something that's already been signaled once in terms of thinking about the vine logic in this room, that we do need to think about the vines going in both directions. And once we have access to that, then we're able to hit the other vine, and then we do something else with that, so... pretty straightforward, as long as I remember which way I was heading. I think it was left. Oh, no. Hang on. Getting restored refreshes everywhere, though. Let's actually take the vine this time. Yeah, nothing here as yet. And we'll just make our way all the way here. same idea as before. You dunk. Then you go for it again. Okay, let's see about this. And yeah, then you do the room reset after this. Swap Divine Direction. And progress. And here we are. And then, oh, I forgot to bomb this thing. That's a rather important condition here. So, never mind, we need to make it all the way back up. Okay, now we'll do a little bit of additional switching. Yeah, just need to remain focused enough to keep the sequence in mind. And then we dunk the first mine down this time. And proceed. Okay, so we can go back up and hit this switching mechanism once again. I think that's going to be the right idea. Rather than punching this down, although we'll have to punch it down eventually. So up gives me the state switch. But then things kind of get blocked off again at that point, right? So let's take it up and see where it goes, because we haven't really scouted that properly yet, and there's definitely an additional segment up top above the on-off switch that we haven't reached, so this is going to be progression. Somewhat. Yeah, because this is loaded in that location right now. If I reload into this room, I would have to do both of these again, because oh no, you can do the snake block here. That's what it is. Except, yeah, because it allows you to do a timed mechanism here, so you can drop towards the blaster, drop with it, and then there we go. Now, in terms of that pipe up there, we'll need to think about that, because I think that even if you dropped one of the upper vines down below, that would not be reachable from here. So, we'll have to rethink that in case it becomes relevant somehow. Unless that's just an exit point later on. So, we do need another on-off state switch here, which we'll hopefully be able to come back for. Because currently, it's not happening. Let's take this out first of all. First things first, I guess we can always lower the POW as well. Don't know if that's anything, but there is a checkpoint there as well. We should keep that in mind. Also notice the coin before checkpoint. Which often implies some extra checkpoint shenanigans. Also coming back here, it's going to reverse its direction and allow me to go through the door, which is pretty important here. Now it allows me to unlock this gate, which is not relevant to me yet, I don't think, but let's think about that. Yeah, for the complex layout so far, we'll have to think about it, because did we switch the states? I don't think so. So this is definitely something, though. We just haven't worked out exactly what that's going to be. What, 160 seconds and no coins in tow yet? We'll have to find that out. Yeah, because this was the way we progressed previously. And this basically creates a shortcut. Ah, okay. Red blocks down below, so that's new. And we'll check everything we can. This drops you down below, okay. Just need to map this out as much as we can. But yeah, re-entering the room is going to turn the cannon, and so we should actually do a little more exploration with it, although maybe hitting checkpoint first is a good idea. That's going to lead to some kind of entity manipulation upon respawn, of course, because that's how that works. As is that. And then... yeah, technically CP2, but... we shall see. Because it looks like you can toggle the on-off switch again and reverse through some of this. Perhaps that gets you access to the coin. This is the only thing to consider right now, because we haven't been able to do the loop to get the skull platform coming back over. So yeah, all of that gets taken out. We have 77 seconds, so I just want to explore a little bit and see what we can do past the CP2 point. Yeah, as you reverse back in, all this happens. This will be eventually how you cash in all of the coins once you have them. Doesn't seem relevant to me yet, but it will be eventually. And also we can drop down below this way, which is new. Oh, okay, it takes you back here. It does a full loop. Oh, that's interesting. And the POW block also mandates that you hit it to knock out the munchers on either side, which I'm sure affects something as well. Yeah, so at this point we'd be looking for something like a state switch to happen. Probably by hitting the on-off switch here, and oh, look at that. This is interesting. It's a layout room. Maybe I should be playing with my other controller with a screenshot button here. Because the on-off thing in the middle seems to represent the central tower as we came in. I feel like I'll need to screenshot this, but we'll consider that carefully. That's okay, we'll try to make do for the time being, and just see what else we can do navigationally. Because maybe the coins are all part of the required path after all, given that they are opening up a couple of different nonlinear loops. So the on-off switch toggle here does appear to be how to progress. And yeah, I guess it makes sense that no coins are obtainable up to this point so far, because then you would have one coin being used as the checkpoint mechanism here, which, after you have collected all coins, will release entity space when you respawn at this location. So we want to drop the central tower over here, and then hit the switch, and then think about progressing. Whoops. Nope. We can clearly make it, though. And then bomb up there as well, okay. Can't quite get high enough to see what the blaster's going to spawn without lowering it further first. Some kind of mechanism down below as well. We'll have to think about that. Interesting. But since we've done the state switch, we can now go for coins if we go backwards. So that seems to be the implication here, that we can... first of all, we can't enter through this way, so we need to do the loop in order to get this guy to swing right. And then we face him over to the right and grab that coin, so... Okay, I think structurally this is starting to come together. That's something understandable. Which means we should scan around the earlier rooms as well to see if the on-off state switch past the checkpoint has done anything for me there as well, because somewhat likely something will have happened. Also, let's... nope, nothing. Guess that was already at our base. Right, that's fine. I wonder if you can rush it. I don't think so. I would assume this has been actually thoroughly tested, but... yeah, didn't think so. Well, anyway, let's do the circuit. Not going to let me save it at a checkpoint, though, but we have 300-ish seconds to work with that. And we'll do the same kind of reversal to point this left, so we can scan more of the level from where we have arrived so far. Okay, we'll proceed and take the top route. I should have taken out the block under the spring, but that's okay. It doesn't matter too much. We'll see if the state switch opens anything for me here. Yeah, it does open this up. It also opens up the bottom right, but that's how you drop all the way down below, so we don't want that for the moment just yet. We can come down here, though. And that does nothing. Hang on. Anything to break? Nope. Well, by the looks of it. I don't think I can make that, but maybe with a bounce. No. With a vine, yes. Obviously. Without a tower, though, that will not be much help. Now we can change the facing direction. That would be ideal. Or we can fall it all the way down. See if anything special happens this time with the state switch in effect. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, this will eventually be something, obviously, but we'll have to find out what. I feel like at this point we've seen the information we need to know. This is a midpoint that allows you to navigate back and manipulate the tower some more, so... Because if you get rid of these... No, we don't have a P-switch at the moment. I feel like there's going to be some kind of infinite P mechanism in play eventually. Okay, when we got this facing the left, actually that's it. You just need to re-enter doors, which has been the central concept of a bunch of stuff in this level so far. Re-enter doors and just either reactivate vines or get the facing direction of the cannons to change. That will allow me to probably re-enter this and see if we can do anything else with the other state. Because we'll be moving the tower once again, so... And same idea here. We'll unlock everything we can. Do another state switch and then go up. Yeah, pretty elaborate design so far. It's okay, we have a good sense of the sequence that we're going for. And we would need to get to the door on the right side so we can get the cannons to face that way. So let's try that. And we'll just loop back down and over to the right side of the central column, which we've seen before. On a number of occasions. Now do I... Nope, that does nothing. Let's see. Well, looks like something must have changed with everything that we dropped below in our previous segment. What do you think about that? 40 seconds remaining. I haven't had time to really kind of process this properly in terms of where we want to be. Well, we'll just loop around for the time being and see if a solution presents itself. Okay, up we go. And yeah, still running into trouble here, but that depends on me spawning that good point to the left, I think. So I just needed to re-enter once again. Okay, let's see if we can find an efficient sequence from this location here. So let's say POW first. Whoops, let's remember to actually hit it. And we'll catch the next one over. And we'll tap again and go back. As long as we roughly remember what we're doing, this will be alright. And we'll do another state switch and come back in. Actually, maybe we don't want to do a state switch. We want to leave things in the on state, but point it to the left. So the tower is nice and high. No, too high. Proposing that we do this, though. Yeah, the whole stack is going to drop out, so we will see. Oh yeah, we needed to do the state switch for this part of the loop. That's okay, let's scout ahead first with the on state. See what we've manipulated. As you can see, nice high tower, but a little too high, perhaps, with the on-off switch still active there. So that may not be it. Okay. But if we toggle the on-off switch, maybe we can do the loop for this coin again and just get it out of the way, although it feels like less of a priority given that we're still mapping out the others. Yeah, you can clearly navigate your way up somehow. You need the correct height and the correct pointing direction. Alright. Oh, let's keep going. Oh, that was clearly reachable. Reachable over to the platform, but what lies beyond that? Well, I think you are supposed to go up top, up to the pipe, perhaps. Not going to be something that trivializes it like the Spiny Hat. Incidentally, this will be on pace to run long enough that we may not be doing the double stream after all. This was very much a time-permitting kind of circumstance where, depending on whether things were going as quickly as last week, we'd see if we have any additional content after 7 MMC levels. That might not be the case today, despite my original intention. But we'll see. We want to take our time with these properly. Here we go. Have we done anything? No, we can't reverse. Okay. Now, unfortunately, there's no way to refresh the checkpoint that was seen yet. We've got some breakage down there, but we don't quite know when that's affected. We should get back to breaking as much as we can, but we have broken a fair bit. I feel like if we change the blaster level here, then suddenly the doors on the right look quite different. Let's take a look. So you got on off, which seems to represent the central tower. And we'll need to think about the space here. Yeah, and in the dropping section is off to right. So heading towards the first pink coin that we collected, that would have been in the second room from the right on the bottom row. So that's where we collected a coin on the top right. Went through a door. Then we have a couple of keys to still work with here. Yeah, and I know this top one here, that's where you have to go through the pipe, I think, if you go to the top right. Now, what if I don't activate the POW? Does anything change? No. Carefully, just in case I'm missing something with, say, the tile offsets or something else. Well, 90 seconds, not a great deal of time to explore this properly, but if it's not useful to me in one state, we'll just have to try the other. Now, everything's been lowered slightly. I don't think I'm in position to take any kind of intentional hit here. We know how to drop in all the way from above. Yeah, 48 seconds. Once again, we just won't make the obtained coin quite so much of a priority. But this is what it's like with the on switch turned on. I feel like that's probably something we can make under slightly different circumstances. And of course, starting from checkpoint is going to be a bit of a different experience as well, so... Yeah, nice to have a big, ambitious dungeon layout with this one. Yeah, so that room over there, well, we can kind of see how the 4x6 grid of the map lines up then. Because we've got a couple of coin placements accounted for, but just not what we need so far. So, let's bomb the POW. You know what it is? No, I can't actually prevent all of those from being bombed. Because if you look at this, so the two keys at the bottom are... the bottom left one is the key coin that's right beside the checkpoint flag. The bottom right one is accounted for. This one here, we've previously seen the access pipe to it. This one here, we also saw the access pipe to it. And then the one in the top left is actually just a safety coin, which then leads you to the boss room. And so the connective points do tell you where the pipes are located. So we need to figure out how to get upstairs to grab the middle coin here, the one center right, and then up here. We've seen both of those locations. We know that they are going to be connected by pipes. And yeah, you're crossing between main world and subworld, but that's kind of disguised by the fact that you are traversing the map that's been given you. Definitely do not have 6 Google drawings of map layouts, no. Who could possibly do that? No, this obviously required significant planning. And like I said, it's nice to see a link level where I'm actually using the map, not just as a grid to stare at, but as something that I'm able to use as a visual reference for what we have or haven't done. So yeah, currently we've got 3 coins that we basically understand. Assuming we know how to get back to the beginning, which we might be able to. Which is a key door coin, flag coin, and the coin in the previous room, which is pretty straightforward. What if I leave this tower standing for a while? It can't be, because like this is an irreversible procedure to bomb it out, so like you can't lock the player after this has been destroyed. So I think you do just kind of have to destroy it right away and hope for the best, because there's nothing that's going to be conditional on leaving this up. And it should, in fact, unblock some exits for me. Something was going on down here as well with the spike balls. Oh, that's probably just a mechanism for making sure everything lines up on entry or respawn. I don't even remember what my state switch here was. Yeah, so it's currently set to off. We'll leave it on off so we can go back to explore a bit. Because right now the issue is just getting back up the tower prospectively on the right side. And maybe it's a jump that was totally doable for me and I just missed it. And we'll loop back around for this coin in some fashion. Because if we go back here, we know about this, but not how to get up there, so I don't know if we can get enough of a bounce. Not quite. It's almost there, but not really. It's off by about a tile. No more reason to bomb this. We should maybe consider doing the drop again, because that allows me to scout this position. I don't think there's any kind of hidden switch under here, but after a while you start poking and prodding at everything. Yeah. Whoops, no, didn't want to do that. Suppose we re-enter this with that block destroyed. I don't think it makes a difference, but we shall see. Yeah, skull platform comes up. Why is the blaster coming down? Let's take a look at that spawn again to see what it's doing. No, that's just blocking you from reversing through the story. That's all it is. Yeah, everything gets busted down over here. You can see that's the connective point we're looking for. let's just go back to the front and see if we have access to anything useful. So this is important, the fact that we can go up. We haven't taken much advantage of that, and we need to spawn some additional method to actually go all the way up top. This is just where we came in. No, it's not. Okay, that's what threw me off, is that I kept misreading that pipe. So that's accounted for. Now we need the one that's at the top right. Bad time to take a death, let's not do it. Okay, let's try it again. And just jump off to the edge. Switch prevents spawning on either one of those gates or exiting. Let's see what that entails. Get that to face left. G down there. Let's see. Okay. So that blaster is currently in place. If we manage to destroy or lower it, then from this position we now have access to the block in bottom left. So yeah, I think we needed to unblock a bunch of these blasters from down below first. Because we know that this ascent takes place where it does because a bunch of blasters are on top of hard blocks. We blow those up, then we come out here, and then we bust open that remaining block. And that gives me access to this space here. Right, down we go. We need to change the facing direction to move on up. 35 seconds, we're not going to do it, but we'll see if we can do enough to understand what the approach is going to be in our next attempt, because we can streamline it from there. We definitely have enough information to work with at this point. Okay, here we go. Whoops. Then, yeah, toggle the switch and run up. 8 seconds is not going to happen, but I do want to just trace the path so we can try to recreate it quickly. Within reason. Yeah. Yeah, because dropping that last blaster that I was standing beside is going to give me access to the coin room, the tower. So we just need to keep track, basically, of what our various on-off states are and how those are opening up new paths. I'm likely not taking a very efficient route, but that's okay, we'll deal. Yeah, let's bust open as much of this as we can first. Okay. And then, yeah, we actually do need to raise the tower for this part here. No, we don't, because we need to get into position for the first bomb first. Yeah, No, we already have that, so yeah, we'll adjust the tower. I have to keep track of what I have and haven't already done. Very important thing to do here. Also notice, we haven't found a secret room yet. Don't really have any particular suspicions. But yeah. After that, we do a state switch, and also open up that top block. Alright, we should be in reasonable shape. And yeah, this is not quite reachable from here. No. We will think about that and reverse a little further at this point, just to do the complete loop over here. Back to the start, go to the edge. And let's go back down first to look at this guy. Yeah, I don't know why I keep confusing that with the other exit. Also notice this room here, that the exterior design of it looks kind of balloonish. Yeah, no, more like a flower. Oh. Notice a change in placement, by the way, as we came back here in this room. That's interesting and probably important. But we are going to go back here at this point. Oh. Then we'll blow this up. So will allow me to loop back in the current state and have the cannons facing left as I do it. The question is, cannons are facing left. Which direction do I prefer? Well, we'll need the off state in order to come up anyway, so things are facing left. Maybe that's more flexible. Yeah, we want to loop back to standard way to grab the third coin. Maybe. Strictly speaking, we didn't really need to, but... Oh, right. Okay. Because I would need to drop around there anyway. Let's do this part then. That'll give me access to this coin over here. And yes, Nintenpat, pretty large dungeon, in fact. We've been taking our sweet time on this one. It's pretty elaborate. If you're just joining us, this is levels from 7 MMC to 7th Mario Maker Expedition. Not Exhibition. 7 Mario Maker Celebration. I don't know why I thought Expedition, but that would be 7 MME, of course. The 7th Mario Maker Celebration, which we are playing, and we're currently on week 2, level number 6, I believe, out of 8. Yeah, we want to reverse the blasters first by coming in through the left side door, and then we do the big climb. Seems to be. The map is actually more useful than most dungeon maps, to be honest. Because it's there to kind of simulate this contiguous space, even though you are constantly switching between the main world and the subworld. So. Yeah, the thing is that, like, this is, despite the kind of blocky grid nature of it, more useful than most maps in creating a virtual sense of geography that's not actually reflected by the way things are placed inside the level. So, where change is actually helpful for some of the rooms across the worlds and subworlds to pretend to be other rooms in the dungeon layout. Let's give a big shout out to Oxy Panda for coming in with a party of 3. Oxy Panda, I hope your Mario Maker stream was going well over there. It's good to have you here. With Panda Panda. And we were totally in the wrong switch state for this kind of thing, right? But except we can probably manipulate it. Yeah, the thing we're able to progress through now is to go back to the first room. And then by manipulating the on-off state, we should be able to raise the tower such that we can finally go up to the top level. Or not, because this gives me this instead. We're not quite ready for it yet. We've got 1 coin to go in the top right. But yeah, there is a actually fairly useful master map here, so to speak. So we do want an additional state switch, but one that... If I can activate the on-off from up here somehow. You know what? Here's an idea. I don't think that actually hits anything. But if we do a state switch from this side and raise the tower, we do need to raise it in order to get up to the top right. Top right is clearly where to go. Because otherwise we'll need to do some kind of state switch here. The only state switch that we can really do is the manual one from the midpoint. So the thing is, if we do that, then what's the purpose of doing this climb? The purpose of doing this climb is to get you to the exit. So we did it out of order. We actually should save this climbing element for after we've figured out how to do the top right coin. So we've got most of this mapped out, actually. We need to do it efficiently, and we need to find the appropriate path, but for the most part, we're actually okay. We should actually take a dive in that tower just to see if we can get anything done with it, but basically we need on-state plus things pointing to the right, which we can do. In fact, it's pretty efficient to get down here to the base of the tower to manipulate that further. And here we go. And then that would prevent you from climbing through this top block here. We don't have enough time to take a look at this, but if this is blocked off, do we still have a way through the central column? We do not. We would need to head back to the right side and exit out the top right. So I think I know our path now. I think we just need to think about that. Yeah, I guess, Cook, I quite like the elegance of having just that big central on-off switch. Most of this level is about, like, re-entering doors to do the directional swaps on both the vines and the cannons. And it works pretty nicely. And we'll just open up as many of these central conduits as we can and just try to do this efficiently. But I think I have the solution mapped out at this point. We needed to scout the level first and just kind of figure out where everything was, and it took a while, but we steadily put it together. The one thing, though, is that we still haven't found the balloon secret, nor do I have any idea where it would be. So we'll have to keep that in mind for later, because it's not attached to the key coins, obviously. So, yeah, we want to do enough state switching to bomb as many elements as possible, and then we'll think about how to proceed from there. But getting into the top right of the map is the priority at the moment. We should be able to do it. Yeah, it's nice to have a mega dungeon like this here, where there's just lots of contiguous traversal. It's funny, because a couple of the ideas here would not have been a bad fit for the Tower Escape contest either, and of course, as I was saying earlier, 3 Good 5U rather is a veteran of the Tower Escape puzzle contest, which we demonstrated several months ago. Okay, so we open up a little more space here. Let's keep track of where we're going. We need to eventually unblock that with a bomb, but for now we'll take the on state and see if we can navigate back to the start. We'll see if we can pop the top right coin. Whether I understand a way to get there. Hang on. And we'll come back down, do a state switch, and then do everything in the off state. It's really a massive ordeal to chart different rooms in a functioning way. Yeah, exactly. Because, especially with a power-up as versatile as the Master Sword, where the Master Sword just has a tendency to break stuff. And especially when you also have, like, entity checkpoint logic going on, right? Where, I mean, you need to make sure you have enough space to build, you need to make sure you've got the entity count properly loaded in at any given spot. It is a ton of work. This is why I haven't built a Link dungeon myself, despite playing lots of puzzle dungeons. And it would take quite a while to put one together for me, I think. And it's always nice when they do have a kind of memorable central idea to them, which I think this one definitely does. With the big central switch and column. Yeah, no, this is clearly the way up. I don't know why we just didn't even consider this earlier, because it's so obvious. And top left, of course, we traversed at the very beginning of the level, so it's not really relevant now. So this is our first time in this room after all this time. But entity block should, at this point, give me access to this. Notice the scroll break on the right side here. I feel like that is potentially some kind of secret, given that we haven't manipulated this at all. And that the way to do it would be if we figured out how to blow things up under the blaster. So we need to think about the layout here in terms of where this would be placed, because it's 2 tiles above something. And if you blew up that block from off screen, if you could tuck a bomb into a ceiling of another room that's going to be below this one, somewhere in the layout, then this would be able to open up the pathway to the right. I think that must be the way it works, and that must be the secret. But first we need to find out where that location is going to be, and we don't have that right now. We need to keep a lookout for it, because I'm convinced that's how to do it, but I don't know where to trigger that. And I don't know how that would be visually signaled, even. So we need to think about that, because it is the most suspicious location I've found so far in terms of secrets hiding. Yeah, you see, I literally never play from the popular tab. The only time I've ever checked the popular tab is for projects like this one, where, you know, you want to see how people in the anniversary levels are doing. Because sometimes it's nice to see a whole bunch of them with the project tag chart all at once, but I just don't play from the popular tab, and that seems to solve a lot of problems. Okay, so we need to keep a lookout for where that bomb location is going to be, because it could really be anywhere. But it might be visible in more info if I'm tracking my subworlds and main worlds correctly. And yeah, this is just the exit. We'll need to eventually bust that open, but for now we want to tidy up the remaining coins. Now, because of the way the checkpoint system works here, you do need a fairly efficient route to do all the coins at once, but the thing is, like, as you navigate this level, most of what you're doing is collecting information. And once you have the information, I think it's actually pretty doable to just string all of this together. You have a weekly medal now that Nintendo removed all your likes a while back. Oh yeah, was that some kind of like glitch detection thing? Or because I know that happened to Grakowski as well. A few weeks ago, I think. Or months, I don't know. I have no sense of time. Oh yeah, not here. We need to go up top. You make troll levels, so yeah, it's likely that you hit something with the detection then. Okay, so we need to think about, yeah, we need to be looking at the ceiling at any given point to see if there is any potentially suspicious location that, like this, for instance. No. You never know. That's totally it. You see? That thing there. That's the secret. Because that breaks the hard block up above, and it even aligns, I think, to the map, because, like, if you look at the map, it makes sense that these rooms are connected the way they are. And then the top right is the secret room. So that's how to do it. And so the map logic actually makes sense because, like, this layout in the Maker view is accurate to the layout of the dungeon map, if you understand what I'm saying. And you use that to figure this out. I know I'm talking a lot with 30 seconds remaining because I don't expect to actually get clear on this run, but we will do it on the next run. Now that we have everything sorted out in sequence, and now that we also know where the secret is, so. And we'll need to find a more efficient path, but eventually we'll be busting this down. That takes you to the exit, ultimately. And so the last cycle, we go up with the off state. We need to do off state first, and do the cycle to grab some coins so we can open up the secret in advance. We switch to the on state. We go to the top right. We grab the remaining coin there. We find a secret passage leading to the top right of the map. Then we drop back down. We switch things back to the off state, and then we do the climb over to the key door. So that's going to be the order of events, if I can remember that, which, who knows. I don't know if I'm describing this clearly at all, but I have a pretty definite plan in my head for how this is going to go. And I'm sure I'll forget some of it myself as we are doing the traversal, so. Let's open up as much of the tower as we can over here in advance, because that's a rather important thing to do. Terminus says you actually have a half-built Link dungeon level in the builder that you considered submitting. Yeah, I didn't know we were so heavy on Link levels this year. I think Aegis Cook was working on one, right? Because he's been on a bit of a Link streak recently. But I've not really been up with what's been going on with the Maker team this year, because I realized early on that it was unlikely to find the time to finish something. Although now that they've kind of said that there's a bit of a second call for the levels in the late weeks, maybe I can scramble something together, but I was not expecting to. So, probably no level for me this year. Also because I tend to be a really slow builder, which is why I haven't published anything in ages. But I've got a lot of concepts just languishing undeveloped right now, so I would like to get back to some of them. Yeah, if I'd known that you folks were actually short on levels, I might have continued to chip away at one instead of deciding early on that it was probably not going to happen. Yeah, a lot of time and creativity, and, you know, afterwards you have to make sure they kind of hit the right audience for them as well, because when you build these well, like, the right audience for these levels absolutely loves them, I think. But it is a bit of a niche. Like I said, I don't know what the popular tab Link levels look like, but I don't imagine they're as rigorous. Given that, you know, even when I get people who are building Link levels submitting to viewer levels sometimes, and who are clearly putting in the effort to try to make something good, I still manage to break things very often, because Link levels are by their very nature just so fragile. Okay, we're going to go loop back down the other way. We should go this way, actually. Then, yeah, I love the state control here, by the way, just to clear the existing cleared rooms, because you already have the trigger for that once the entity block has been activated the first time, or when you're reversing through the level post-checkpoint. So, just a lot of nice touches here to make the backtracking flow well. Those state controls are why you have 0 entities, exactly. Yeah. I think the level kind of gets away with it because you have like some huge open spaces that are low budget like this, where, you know, you just have to deal with the vine spawns here and this, right? And so you actually still get a lot of gameplay out of big low budget spaces to kind of keep things at a decent pace. Oops. Yes, I'm sure you discovered Teramis is a good choice of playtester for this kind of level, given that he's kind of seen it from the other side as well, I guess, with some of these really elaborate state trigger layouts. Okay, so we want the on state for the final coin as well as the secret. So let's get on it, because 240 seconds is actually not too much to work with here. Especially because we still have a boss room coming as well. And we'll have to see how that's going to go. Okay. Yep, back up top. It's nice to gradually, over many, many iterations, kind of develop a spatial memory for a level like this. And, like, when I'm going room to room, apart from that secret and the bomb break, like, I'm not really using the grid map from room to room, but the thing is, once I had the central key map, it was easy to contextualize where everything was and understand, like, you know, this one has been collected, this one has been seen, this one has been unaccounted for. And it was pretty satisfying to just kind of put that together, I think. Oh, whoops. Let's actually grab the find. That might be useful. And then the Deku Baba room, so to speak. Ah, we need a sword. Yeah, notice that we did successfully do the scroll break. Very important. And I like the generous sword refreshes. It solves the problem of, you know, what do you do with your blasters when you're not just coin blocking them or something, but gives you regular points to just kind of keep the player as Link, so. Because I think when you build the Link dungeon, that's kind of the decision you make right away is, okay, do you want the player to just stay as Link permanently? And if you do so, then does that mean you're okay with having effectively no real damage penalty? But the fact that you do need to reset the room in a challenge like this, for example, works quite well in that you do still have a bit of a demand on the player to do things cleanly, because you do need to do a full reset in the event that you lose the sword, which wasn't the case for some of the early entity rooms, and it makes sense to have at least one of these combat challenges if you're going to do that. Whoops, come on. Come on, there we go. 125, you're going to get panic music pretty soon if we don't get moving. Also, I think I forgot to blow up the top left passageway when we had the off state earlier. I think we might have some issues here. Oh, come on. No, no, get out, get out. Alright. That's okay, we got a Master Sword. That's what's important. 7 MMC. Obviously we're going to try to blow up the balloon. Because I can. And because we want to see the sound effects. Here are the sound effects. Uh-oh, this one's going to be out of position. Okay. Okay, true ending. There we go. Do we want to do the ice side as well? I mean, I'm really going to run out of time, though. I think maybe not. That's okay. We popped one balloon cleanly. I think that is a demonstration of our commitment here. Especially because I think I forgot to blow up the left side block. I totally forgot to blow it up, I think. So let's head back down for that. Actually, I need the off state, because in order to blow that up, I need to jump over the tower in the center. So this was a blown attempt anyway. Given that it's a blown attempt anyway, let's blow up the balloon. Let's blow it up. And then the next pass, we will skip the secret room. And you got the trigger for this room as well, which is nice. Because, you know, who would enter the bonus room a second time after doing it already, right? I mean, I guess if people enter the first time, get the coin, and then try to go back for the secret, then yeah, they would come back, but... Okay, can we do it? Probably not, but... too much clinging here. 5 seconds. That's okay. No, symmetry, symmetry. Close enough. Anyway, we've seen the secret. Now let's actually clear the level for once. Spent a lot of time just poking around and talking, but that's how we play. And it's nice to just kind of sit back and savor this level as well, so... Electritude, I'm able to run a long stream today, which is why I thought we might be able to do it. So it's really dependent on A, is my stream actually going to hold up when it comes to the audio and such, and B, whether I'm awake enough, because... because I have the flexibility to do it, in that I'm not actually needed to go offline as early as I sometimes have to do. And so I was expecting to run a long session today anyway, so... Because the way I was thinking about it, Electrodude, is that if I'm only one final sequence away from finishing the Splatoon campaign, it makes no sense to just run it on its own individual stream with no audience. We're in the off state. Have we done everything we want up here? Hang on, let me check this. I lost track of what I was doing already. No, we haven't lowered this yet. We need the on state before we proceed. Yeah, Electrodude, I've done everything in sequence. I did clear Ryan Narwhal's precision level. I got the pink coin route with some difficulty. Remarkably, I think it's actually the third longest level for me today because I spent so long on both Teramis with the P-Balloon and this one. So I actually did manage to do the precision level. It's about the level of precision I'm able to handle. I think any more than that and things get a bit dicey. And Luke, welcome. Luca, I've been remarking on how everybody seemed to bring their A game when it came to comment art to Red Moon's level. And then everybody seemed to give up after that. And Derbyshire Visser, who may or may not be aware that apparently this year's project will have co-op multiplayer levels coming, by the way. Speaking of which... what am I doing? Oh yes, that's right. Off state. Speaking of which, so I don't really know anything about launch schedule for 7MMC, but when there are co-op levels, we will need to set that up because I'll probably want to do some kind of playing with viewers for that. And it might take some planning. So we'll see if we can make it work. Yeah, job search has been killing you? Yeah, that's unfortunate to hear, but hopefully the payoff will be substantial. Anyway, let's remember to break this time. It does need to be done during the off-state cycle. And then, yeah. Go down here. Whoops. Yeah, that's the thing, Electrodude, is that co-op has so much potential, but because it's so difficult for players to set up on their own end sometimes, that it is relatively unexplored territory. You have a couple of co-op specialists who honestly don't get enough attention, and I know I'm kind of guilty of not playing much of their stuff either. But, it's clearly an untapped source of things that are still left to be done in Mario Maker 2. And I'm glad there's been something like this year's project to motivate that, so... So our co-op specialist here has previewed them already, I see. And we'll see. I think it's in the nature of this year's project, given that many creations this year are much more genre-specific, shall we say, than in the YMM projects, that I expect opinions to be divisive. I expect that, you know, that people's most favorite levels are ones that they will like even more passionately than before, and that people's least favorite levels are ones that they will loathe more passionately than before. I think it's just the nature of how this year's level selection is going to be structured, and that's okay, you know, it's reflective of the experience in this game. Because, like, I had a reasonable time with the Ryan Narwhal precision level earlier, for instance, and I'm pretty sure I have kind of made some kind of snide remark on this stream in the past about that guy in Reddit who's always posting his 8-hour precision clears or whatever, and I'm pretty sure that's Ryan Narwhal, but I know that Lupin Snoop specifically requested that he make this kind of gateway level 2 to precision genre that would be more approachable, and I think he actually did a pretty reasonable job of that. So. And yeah, it's good to know that you've got the attention as well as the preservation, I guess, of big YouTubers playing your stuff. We'll break this again, why not? I said I wouldn't, but we're going to be in that room anyway. And we're going to be running out of time quickly. Just watch, the clock is going to bite me again. Is that not within range? That's okay, whatever, we've seen it. Or maybe it blew it up already. After a little while, I can't track what I'm doing between attempts. Oh, no. Okay, same idea. Yeah, we already blew that up. That's what happened. Okay, let's not die to this cannonball. That would be awful. Okay, momentum. There we go. Microsoft Teams has been storing authentication tokens in plain text. Well, is that a recent discovery, or is that something that was just revealed? Somebody's been dropping the ball. Oh, jeez. Okay, we're going to run out of time here, just from inaccuracy. So we may have to run through this again to do this combat accurately under time pressure. Okay, let's do it the sensible way. For once. We'll say hello to the cake because... just because. And we'll have to grab the replacement sword. Okay, we've seen it. Bye-bye. Now, we did remember to blow up the bottom left this time, so let's do a state switch down below and then quickly wrap around to the entrance. And then get to the boss segment. We can do it. I know what I'm doing. Until I realized, no doubt, that I forgot something. Oh, nearly got stomped by that blaster on the way down. That was nearly a disaster. Okay, let's wait for this one. And boss room. We'll spend the keys, and then let's see. We'll see how the key depth is going to work with the checkpoint. Obviously, the checkpoint was set up in such a way that with the coin before the flag, that I expect there's going to be something getting me back up to the boss door. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I guess that's what the bottom spike balls were for all this time. And the P-switch here, which it was very clearly going to be a P-switch trigger, so... yeah, very well put together. I'm glad we could show this off as well, even if we did have to time out to do it. Anyway, there we go. Now, yeah, no, I guess the P-switch mechanism does block me off from going through the level and collecting pink coins to bust through this door. Because that would be hilarious, but also the long way. Anyway, let's pay attention here. We are going to use the on-off switch using bomb throws probably off this to... Whoops. Activate the on-off switch to move the blaster up and down because it's its own little miniature tower, which is totally in keeping with the theme of this level. I actually really appreciate that, by the way, that the boss concept actually matches the concept of the level layout itself, and that you're raising and lowering towers. That's really neat. Okay, phase 2. What's different this time, if anything? Doesn't need to be anything, of course. Yeah, this is nice. This is one of the better boss and level synergies that I've seen, and that's always nice to see in a Zelda tribute. I feel like people who build Zelda levels often don't pay enough attention to this, and how satisfying it can be if you can get it to work, because you really need a strong and versatile concept to kind of put those two elements together in this way. Yeah, absolutely wonderful. Very happy with that. So... we're obviously going to bomb this. But then what happens? Well, I mean, it gives you the flag, I guess. Okay, thank you for the GGs. I know I took ages with that one, but that was very, very satisfying. 77 minutes. Yeah, we're not exactly racing for the record here, but we got to blow up one of the balloons, which, well, 1.5, which I think was well worth the effort. And thank you for staying for that. 3 good 5U. I know you're probably pretty wiped out from watching streams all day long, and I hope you've seen some pretty satisfying and perhaps more efficient clears. 19 minutes, Looney was speedrunning this thing. Jerry found a Triforce. Yeah, so I guess I took longer than a lot of people here, and that's okay because we decided to explore and experiment, and that's the way things are done. Jada, I do not watch videos while I'm in the middle of streaming anyway, so unfortunately I'm not going to be able to check that right now and kind of screen it, so thank you for asking, though. That's very kind of you. And 3 good 5U, thank you once again, and have fun watching other streams of this level this week. Yeah, Jada, thank you very much for asking, but the answer is no. And yeah, Jabash Sidevisor, I think you're in for a treat. I think... I mean, I never want to speak too soon about this kind of thing, but I think this is probably the strongest piece I've seen so far this year. I know it's early, it's just week 2, but it's very much my kind of thing. If you know how I am with long exploratory puzzle levels with huge layouts, tons of mechanisms. I was very much the audience for it, so. Electrocute's surprisingly high clear rate because it spams the Master Sword everywhere. And so, in general, unless you lose the Master Sword, then get sniped before you exit the room, or you run into a cannonball before you pick up the next sword, it keeps you as Link for as long as possible, and I think most deaths are going to be timer deaths. It's not as completely defended as, say, the P-Balloon segment in Terramis level, where you literally just can't die. We nearly got the Crush death on the Blaster on the way up, I think, but in general, dying to damage is not the thing that's going to be happening here, and I think that works well because it's the kind of level where people do need time to think about the layout and just poke around a bit without having big self-inflicted resets. Terramis, your level is still rated at 2.5 because people don't know how to drive the P-Balloon, in spite of the fact that Nugukaza's level was in week 1 and was already a kind of balloon check, I guess. Anyway, we got 2 more to go. And let me check the order here. I think it's Feywild and then Paxman. Or, oh no, we've got a bunch more actually. It's Wiltini. Was I only through 5? Okay, I was only through 5. Wow, we've been taking ages then because we basically spent like an hour each on Rhine Narwhal, Taramis, and 3 Good. So anyway, let's breeze through the rest while we still have the audience for it. Next is going to be Wiltini. It's going to be Cannon Bolts. And the description on the website is just about the same. Fling yourself sky high on the catapulting cannons within the airship. It is the same, yeah. And we'll see if we can remember how to do platforming. Okay. Low gravity cannons, yep. With a huge number 7. And then we need to get ahead of the fire bars a little, so I guess... Well, we do need to wait a little bit there. First cycle is not going to be the trick if we bother to watch the fire bars for a change. Yeah, so we can kind of see what the setup is like on the left over here in terms of how depressing the seesaw leads to its launch. So it demonstrates that on the first screen with the Thwomp and the Muncher, which is kind of nice because I was definitely curious about how that looked. And we can take a good look at it here, that when you step on... Whoa, okay, that's just airship camera pop, that's fine. Yeah, when you step... And the red blocks are not used as a state switch right now, they're just kind of used as decoration, I guess. You launch the Thwomp up to the slope, it's got the slope and spring interaction. And then that's what gives you the sort of infinite weight hit on the seesaw, because the seesaw has been raised within Thwomp range at a point. So Thwomp goes right, Thwomp goes left. A really neat mechanism, actually. Yeah. It's a depressing seesaw, yeah. I guess you could say the seesaw goes through a lot of mood swings. It has its ups and downs. Okay, let's head over here. And up. We need to remember to look for secrets. There are no pink coins in this level, so it's going to be some kind of alternate exit. That was a bad idea. I realized just how bad an idea as I made that jump. Yeah, we'll see. I didn't realize I was just through 5, so I'll see how feasible it is to do the Splatoon continuation, but the Splatoon continuation at the end should be short. Maybe. We'll see. But I'd need to take a short break before anything like that anyway. You know, just to swap controllers, get set up, get another beverage, that kind of thing. But we'll worry about that later. The priority right now is to show off 7MMC. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to Paxman's as well. I know he's had some prototypes sitting around for a while that have flickered on and off. So, very eager to see what the cloud munching is going to be like. We should actually go quickly and hug the left wall. That's the way to do that room. I mean, there are a couple of other timings, but that would be cleanest, is to go fast. Reminded you of the Kirby final bosses. Oh, you're talking about the Splatoon sequence. Yeah. Yeah, I assumed there would be a final sequence, just given that it was consciously trying to mimic the structure of Octo Expansion, and the fact that, you know when you see the pacing of the bosses that Deep Cut already kind of accounts for all of the world bosses. Well, I hope I haven't spoiled anything for people who haven't played it yet, but that will not mean anything to you if you have not played Splatoon 3, so... But yeah, for those joining us late, my original ambition for the stream was... Because we finished 7MMC so quickly last week, with time to spare, that this week I thought that if it's possible, we'll just finish the thing that I was in the middle of doing in Splatoon 3 over the course of the week, which was the single-player campaign. And I'd finished everything except the final boss sequence, I think, and I wanted to get that done soon for sure, because I have other things blocking off my schedule in the coming week. And so, if I get through these levels quickly, for anyone who stays, you can have the pleasure of being spoiled on the ending of Splatoon 3, whatever it is. And I'd still like to stream Table Turf at some point, but we'll see about that. Oh, whoops. Oh, okay, I thought I was going to bounce on it, and the cannon was under my feet instead, so just tipped right off. Okay, let's head over here. And we're doing okay so far. Let's go quickly. And just dodge that completely. Whoops. Too quick that time, actually, given the cannonball placement. A little too far to the right. And Electrodude, you finished absolutely everything yesterday, and you did the bow grind last, yeah. Oh, on that rail level. That took me nearly an hour. I looked at the video afterwards, and it actually took me longer than I thought, even though... You know, I didn't think it was that punishing, it's just that I made a lot of mistakes that it took a while to clean up, because sometimes I didn't know what that mistake was. But it wasn't that bad. It was doable. There we go. Then, shoot. Nope. Hesitated a little too much, waiting for the cannonball to come out, and we just lost momentum there on that jump. Given the pacing of that room, though, I think we can probably expect checkpoint 1 to be fairly soon. Yeah, do need to wait a little on some of the timings along the way. Whoops, there we go. Yeah, let's just wait for this one this time, and the next one as well. That was a little bit of a close shave, but... No, In those circumstances, I should actually just get back onto the cannon and wait for a more advantageous cycle. Because sometimes the cannonballs will not quite line up the way I want. Especially if my entry timing on the first one in the bottom left is a little rough, as we've been seeing. I mean, generally, the error margins here are pretty flexible. It's just that I've got a couple of interdependent parts on that jump off the cannon into its own cannonball that is coming right after this. Yeah, no, this is a sign of having to redo it. Let's... And then you hit that directly, then that should take you over. And applause. I wonder if you can be pushed down below. This is a checkpoint, right? That's nothing. Okay. Realistically, I didn't think that was anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a secret placement later that used something similar. So. We'll just keep an eye out for things like doors that are below seesaws, because that's one potential outcome. Hey, falling moles. Always fun to have in low gravity. Yeah, Electrodude. At the very least, I would have expected something like the pig noise there, right? Okay, up we go. And forward. Okay, there we go. That was quite readable. I quite like that. And it's just a matter of staying on pace with the auto-scroll here, which has not been too bad so far. Whoop. It looked like it was plausible to reach the Wiggler right away. I kind of hesitated there, deciding between whether to go up or left. You're clearly supposed to go left, but for a moment it looked like we were going fast enough that the Wiggler was reachable. And we might blow another attempt to try it. We'll see. Basically, if you shorten some jumps, you can get ahead of the auto-scroll timing just a little bit and buy a larger margin of error. Okay, up we go. And down. Okay. Yeah, no, we're going left. It is a little bit obstructed here, so... Okay, lost momentum on that second bounce there. The first bounce was not quite giving me movement I wanted to clear that, so... I'm going to hang back and bounce on a Wiggler again while it's still on a track, and that, unfortunately, did cancel my horizontal inertia a bit. So. Well, no sign of any kind of secret yet. So we'll keep our eyes peeled as we head over to what prospectively it looks like the third section. And then, there we go. We need to hold right into that so we don't get dunked into the spikes or hopped up towards it. So, key doors will eventually drop you towards the red pipe, letting me know that I need to look out for a key. So we need to pluck things quickly. Quickly. Yeah, nice little elaboration of this concept, because Cannonball rides with SMB2 are always fun. I think it was one of the first things that people really took advantage of when SMB2 Mushroom came out. We're seeing a lot of these early airship levels that would give you all kinds of cannonball rides. Yeah, taking a few deaths is okay here because we will be scouting around, potentially looking for a key. And okay. Okay, that's fine. Would worry me for a moment there. Okay, that's fine. Except the key is over there. That's fine, we can do it. I would need to high jump back out of this, I think. We'll rethink that because we'll be able to do it, but probably not with that pattern. Because the timing is a little too inflexible if I'm getting onto Wiggler that late. Bit of time pressure here, which is why the checkpoint is right before it. Okay. Nope. Got into that a bit earlier. Anyway, the key is accounted for, so there's not really much exploration or discovery to be done. It's just a matter of finding the right method to go for that location, especially because it is initially off camera. As you head over there initially, so... Whoops. And if you lose SMB2, you are dead because the spiny shell is going to work as a check against that. Okay. Nope. That's okay. We're still fine. We're fine over here as well. Nope. You know what? No, we don't have cloud access. So. I feel like doing a high jump off of the right side, though. Like, if you know the key is coming, that may actually be a viable method. It's just that I can't aim for it when it's off camera. So in the end, I probably will have to bounce back and forth on the Wiggler and just do it more accurately. But I feel like the high jump method is potentially viable there. Anyway, let's get upstairs. No, we'll just... If I do the clouds first, actually, perhaps I'm able to take damage. Yeah, the key door is here anyway. So the thing is, if there's no SMB2 check on the other side of the key door, I may be able to damage boost it. It would not be the intended method, but it would be a way of salvaging that in the event that I get a little trapped with the Wiggler bounce pattern. So we'll continue doing it. And we'll consider a couple of different options there. You'd have to kill both clouds. Yes. Let me think about that. Whoops. Hang on. Too busy thinking about that. Why would you need to kill both clouds? The key door is under the cannon. I know the concern is that the cannon lands back on top of the cloud and doesn't bounce back up. But that's okay, because if you manage to sneak under the cannon... Oh yeah, no, because if you have too much lag time between plucking the clouds and losing SMB2 Mario, then you don't get a second chance to raise the cannon. I see what you mean. Hang on. Yeah, it seems like the intended method is to just bounce on a Wiggler, but we're going to mess around anyway, because that's how we play. Okay, I need to stop wasting so much time in the introduction here, because we are consistently getting on the first one late. We should fix that. A lot of forward momentum to work with here. We'll do this. And up we go. You know what? That's a bad idea. That's clearly going to be off screen. I feel like the best way to do it will be to grab it on the jump towards the Wiggler. It's going to be off screen, but I feel like it's reachable if we kind of approximately know which column to go for. So let's see if that's the case. Yeah, pretty satisfying to do the spiny ride here. Nope. And then we are going to be blocked off by the cloud here. Yeah, that doesn't reach. That does not reach. So we just need a good sense of momentum control to grab the key at the very end of that. Anyway, let's move on up here. Nope. There we go. See what was so difficult about that? Yeah, so it reveals the key door right away when you go down, so you have to hold up when you lower the cannon. That's your only chance, I think. Because the seesaw doesn't stabilize quickly enough for you to go under the cannon. So the door placement does catch me a bit by surprise here, even though you know that there's going to be an exit door at some point. So normally when I pick up a key like that, I'm not expecting things to happen that soon, but I guess if you think about it, you know that if the red pipes are connected, that if you go through the red pipe, you're already too far, I suppose. On the other hand, if you enter the red pipe and then you go backwards, I didn't see if you could actually go backwards, then you should be able to drop on the cannon again to make a fresh attempt at the key door. So I didn't actually look at the pipe to see if that's correct. So let's be careful here. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, have to react pretty quickly. Okay. Yeah, no, because these pipes are not connected. That's the point. Is that go key door to pipe to secret room. Hey, we got Link, which means we can blow up the balloon. And blow up the thing on the right as well, which I suppose is your way out. I admire the attention to detail here that we can actually get popping sounds on a balloon. It's extremely important. I respect it when makers will take the time to do this kind of thing. even if we're not going to accurately pop everything. Anyway, more balloons. Yeah, surely we can tuck one in a corner here. We'll check some pipes as well, but not expecting anything necessarily. Apart from more pig farts. Excellent. That's attention to detail right there. Okay, that's probably good for now. We've done our fair share of poking. And we get a top of the flag, and we get fireworks, which will happen eventually. 7 MMC. I guess we don't get to see the text down below, but that's okay. Well, I mean, we had to scroll break. We could have just scrolled down and seen it. That was cannon bolts. Let's take a look at the comments. And, okay, we've actually got some artwork here. Including from Chichiri here. This is not very nice. Hey, Red Moon, returning the favor. With some artwork. In her own right. And yeah, it definitely seemed like Red Moon was the winner this week in terms of receiving good artwork, though. At least from what we've seen so far. Okay, 2 more to go. It's going to be a music level with music by SM Piano. What do you do when it gets snowy? Layla, So I have a little story I want to... Well, not a story, but a little piece of trivia that I want to share in the chat, since this level is based on the song Layla. I think I have my anagram bot running. And one of the first things I learned when I started getting into games like Scrabble is what happens if you anagram Eric Clapton. Let's see if my bot's running. And I have never forgotten that since. So yeah, so Eric Clapton is an anagram of narcoleptic. I always just found that incredibly neat. That's the kind of content you come for in this stream. What will you do when it gets snowy? Well, the description, the long description says, let's make the best of the situation before I finally go insane. Yeah, both Fewell and SM Piano I see hanging around quite a lot on some other Mario Maker streams. I think I'm kind of outside their hours, so they don't come to mind so much, but... Okay, we do need SMB2 to keep this going, so let's focus here, because auto-scroll is going to pick up pretty quickly. Cat, welcome. Yeah, we want to pick that up and then take it with us and then throw over here and then pluck. So that's fine. We're dying, but it's just the initial visual inspection because this is going quickly. And that's just going to happen. Yeah, jump up, pluck, get on the snowball, throw it to Piranha. We should be able to put it together. Marissa Tomei is an anagram, it's a me, Mario. Yeah, I was very satisfied to discover that as well. I shared that immediately with people I know. I mean, on a Mario stream, you're not going to get better than that, but there are a couple of other old favorites as well, like how Clint Eastwood is Old West action. And Alec Guinness is genuine class. Whoops. Let's actually throw that and grab the coin this time, and then we ride it on the other side, then we come over here, pick this up, and continue. I'm surviving surprisingly long, given I lost a power up, but that's how we scout, so. And welcome, Lecter. Since you're actually able to catch me live for a change since we've been running for that long, I'm sure everybody here has been enjoying the trailers from week to week tremendously, as well as all of the other work that has been put into making 7MMC happen. The organizational side. Derbyshire Visser, speaking of Magnus, I take it you've been following the whole thing that was going down in St. Louis last week. Oh, never mind then. I couldn't remember if you were one of the chess people who come to my stream, because there are a couple of people who come from the Mario Maker side who are like big chess enthusiasts here. And probably have various opinions about Magnus Carlsen, though. Whoops. And a troll entered the chat. Yes, he did. Welcome, Inkavik. Good to see you here today. No, okay, no, I didn't need to pick that up. I picked this guy up, then I pushed the next one, step on it, carry that forward. So for those who just came in, the reason everybody's playing around with the Anagram bot is because I shared with them the... whoops. A rather endearing factoid that, given the level that we're playing, Eric Clapton is an anagram of narcoleptic. And good piece of trivia to pull out for parties or for music levels. This is not K-Dog, this is Fiwol and SM Piano. SM Piano did the track for it. I've been playing Taiji? No. I have been massively behind with everything. Was that intentional? If you're talking about him being a narcoleptic, no. Just a massive coincidence. But an entertaining one. Okay, finally did this accurately for a change. Gonna pop this guy. And then... oh, we're a little behind on the scroll. It's gonna be a high jump over here, and then we're missing one coin, which will probably be in a future section. Yeah, no, there's no way the Eric Clapton thing was intentional. That's just an amusing circumstance. Like what Lecter was just saying about how Marissa Tomei is It's a Me Mario. Okay. Okay, nice little bounce there. And yeah, I guess we'll think about that door later once we have some kind of state switch that will take us through this part of the track again and inevitably take me forward to the exit doors in the bottom right. Yeah, Kavik, I think you were one of the people, one of the many, many people who was telling me to play Tunic. And if the Switch port runs acceptably, we may bring that in on Switch when it comes out later this month. Maybe not right away when it comes out because I'm quite busy, but it's a high priority. Whoops. Yeah, no, I'll look into Taiji. I am way behind on new releases of any sort. Whoops. Partly because I've been intermittently in a Xenoblade-shaped cave since early August. Whoops. Okay, let's pay attention here. Too busy chatting here, and also rocking out to the track. And slipping off snowballs everywhere. Tunic is fantastic unless you totally don't notice some things about it. Well, we'll try to be attentive. Okay. There we go. Slide over, that's pretty satisfying, actually. No, we are clearly supposed to ride over those guys, I think. Just took me a moment to process that. And then there's the off switch ahead, so what do we use that snowball for? Let's think about that. The wall's gonna get me in position here. Whoops, didn't mean to get out of that. So you use the snowball, or do you, to drop all of the other snow pokies. Wasn't reading that very accurately. And you jump that, you grab the off switch. I guess we're still supposed to hold on to the snowball for the time being, because another one's going to bounce once the off switch has been triggered from down below, and it's going to project you forward. No, lost momentum there. Yeah, because then you hit the POW on the left with the snowball that you've been carrying all this time, and that gets rid of the muncher, that drops the blaster, that opens the door at the very end. So we just need to be aware of our slide momentum there in case we lose a little too much speed, as we just demonstrated. Whoops. Yeah. And the song is supposed to be Layla, which is why we were talking about Clapton. But this part of it, let's see. Okay. A little behind the schedule. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with my Clapton either, to be honest, but I do know a few things like this. I think... I don't remember if it was Layla or another song, but apparently, like, if you know your Beatles repertoire at all, and if you know the song Something by George Harrison, that song and this song are about the same woman. I think it's those two. And so if you think about, like, chart-topping hits or whatever, and people who have been muses for popular songs, that has earned the woman in question a particularly distinguished place in musical history. Yes, Patty Boyd, that's right. Her name was totally escaping me at the moment. And Death to Spies coming in for the music level, that's extremely timely. Yeah, Electra Sandvik was at the tip of my tongue. Thank you so much for reminding me of that. Death to Spies coming in for a music auto-scroller, I think, is extremely appropriate. I have to remember that when Electrodude is here, I can actually delegate my shoutouts. Whoops. Let's pay attention here, by the way. And yeah, Kavik, it's kind of true that people's choice of source material sometimes can get a little bit samey. Just given to community demographics, perhaps. Oh, whoops. Something is off about my pacing a little bit on this first jump here. Let's just fix that up. That's why it's after checkpoint. Yeah, I'm just landing poorly on the Buzzy Beetle. As you can see, I'm just kind of clipping that muncher on my way up, and we just need to fix that. Yeah, Depth Despise, of course, made the music auto-scroll contribution last week. We need to tap that on the side, not from the top. I should, of course, have known that. Let's scout ahead anyway. So yeah, interesting that the coin collection all happens on the first pass. But then you would have a safety coin afterwards because the exit would be broken away from all that by a checkpoint, so... Yeah, it's sort of interesting that you would have 3 coins, checkpoint, checkpoint, coin. Just to get that out of the way quickly and not think too hard about it. I need to fix this entry here. This is the part where Joe Pesci walks into the house to get made, but there's nobody there. Oh. Trust no one, not even yourself. Okay, we need to kick over here. Yeah, it's been a while since I last saw Goodfellas. I did manage to catch it again in a cinema a few years back. I think it was part of some Scorsese retrospective. Whoops. And when Ray Liotta died earlier this year, I think, I realized that I had actually hardly seen any of his work in recent decades. Hadn't really kept up with his career after Goodfellas. But... whoops. Okay, a little behind pace here, but we made it. We should have picked one up to hit the Piranha, obviously, but with the two of them intersecting in that spot, that was maybe a tricky decision. Yeah. And yeah, glad we have Lecter here to teach the kids in the room their rock history as well. Oops. Okay. We grab this with the usual lag times as associated with that kind of thing. And we have something a little more relaxed here. Oh, no. Yeah, we needed to wait for this because the autoscroll actually stops at the very end. That was maybe the obvious thing to do, to actually let the shell do its work for a change. Whoops. Okay, there we go. And, oh, nope. Oh yeah, I'm just slipping a little too far on that spike there. Should be paying a little more attention to that, perhaps. But yeah, to go back to what Kavik was saying about musical selections in Mario Maker music levels. I'm always not surprised, but a little bit stunned by how well everybody's... Okay, this one additional hit. I need to be patient here. How well everybody seems to know anime. Well, I mean, it's not surprising that there's a big crossover between anime and Nintendo players, but the thing about being in Nintendo-centric communities is that I usually feel like the person who is least knowledgeable about anime in the room. But okay. Oh, don't tell me audio is... Oh, okay, that's awful. Audio is not supposed to die on this level. Give me one moment. It's happened a few times today after having been okay for weeks. But we must fix it. Whoops. Okay, I paused at a bad moment here, obviously, because we did still need to ride the shell out at the very end. But that's okay. The important thing is that we fix the audio, because we cannot let that go unchecked in a level like this one. Okay, and sneak under that blade, and then on we go. Whoops. Okay, let's fix it again. That was a test run, shall we say. But yeah, we really do need to fix this more permanently, and I thought we had it sorted out this week, but unfortunately, whoops, we just still need to deal with it as it goes. That's a little sloppy on my part. Yeah, I suspect I would have to catch up on Breaking Bad first before I get to Better Call Saul. I don't tend to make a lot of time for series television, that's the thing. And so I'm many series behind everyone else, and I often wonder how do people find time for it, and I realize, oh, it's because I spend all that time on video games. I've actually been watching probably the most television of my life this year, in fact, because I thought several months ago that it would be fun to fulfill an ambition I've had for some time, which is to watch all of Star Trek. And I mean all of Star Trek. Because, of course, you know, like most people growing up with some of the older series, I'd only seen it in bits and pieces and occasionally on some DVD collections, etc. But I felt like I knew it reasonably well, but definitely not completely. And there was a lot I'd missed out on previously. Iggy's cook video games sleeping? No, I've cut sleeping. I've cut it very aggressively, in fact. Not really even intentionally, but sleeping has been a casualty lately. Like I was saying earlier in the stream, I think I've been averaging 4 or 5 hours a night for a while now. But if I didn't, there's no way I could get anything done. And I've already had to cut back on streaming quite a bit this year because I've been on a pretty full schedule. Hopefully things will calm down a little bit, but first we need to wait for 1 hit, 2 hits. Now we go. Much more civilized. Okay. Wait, we didn't grab a coin. We need to drop to the right side of the flag and see Oh, did we miss a coin to begin with? Okay. Maybe I was supposed to grab a key entirely into first segment then, unless we completely botched something. We have to redo it. I didn't put in all that time to get 100% in much longer levels just to skip out on this one. But we do see what a key door is, at least. Let's do it again. Maybe I do have to keep the key past checkpoints, and we'll just need to watch out for that, because I never even saw coin 4. I don't think I ever had it within my visual field. We'll scout ahead even when I'm taking some damage, just to get a read on the level and see. If it was something in the first segment, I would have seen it, though. Right? So maybe it was something really obvious at the very end that would have acted as a safety coin. But you never know with optional challenges, because they might require you to do everything in one run, sensibly. And okay. That's 2 accounted for, that's 3. And, oh, I didn't kick that thing, yeah. And that's all we had seen in this section. And that's all there was to see, so perhaps there was a coin in the second section that we didn't look at. Okay, let's go forward. Ah, yes, I actually needed to hit that brick. That's why I didn't notice that previously. Okay, we'll keep an eye out for coin 4 then. Particularly if it's past this checkpoint, then at least we can die at this checkpoint if necessary. But maybe I did miss some kind of really obvious safety coin at the end. For all I know. Nope, didn't want to drop that soon. I'm kind of dividing my attention a little bit here so we can properly scope out the level and see where things are placed. Okay, up we go. Oops, nope. No coins here either, up until the pipe. So possibly I just missed some kind of safety coin over the ceiling or something at the end. We'll have to find out. Or maybe I just failed to hit some block that was under a coin that was somewhere in all this noise. Let's see. There is a door next to the end pipe. Yeah, there is. That is suspicious. But we hit checkpoint here already, so... It looks like maybe there's some kind of alternate route, perhaps, that takes you there in... Oh, you know what it might be. The door is over... Yeah. No, I think I know what it was here. We'll need to go back and look at it, because I think we have passed that point. Let's just scope it out again. Because I have a hunch. Whoops. I have a very strong hunch about what it is, and we'll try it. Okay. But it seems like 3 coins in this section are all that we can account for. That does seem correct. Whoops, spilling over a little bit. Interesting that there is a bit of time pressure from that muncher on the track where you re-enter this section when you are in the off state. So you can't just hang around there like a person who is SD locked. Okay. Pretty satisfying platforming all over this one, though, so you just get into the pace of it. And what's this? Nothing. Just an instrument. So let's hang on to that snowball at the end because I... Whoops. Have my suspicions. But luckily, I think it means that we probably can restart at checkpoint 1 if things don't go well. But then I would need to one-shot the section afterwards. If key death is a threat at that point. So did you say there was a brick at the end that I could hit here? No, I guess the POW. Whoops. Oh, how did I... Yeah, I stood too close. Did I lock myself? I completely locked... no, I didn't. We have snowballs. There's snowballs galore. Let's not be silly here. Hang on. Yeah. It was the brick that you could hit. We hit that. Didn't seem to be anything. And I can't seem to take a depth here. Let's just scope things out all the way to the end again, just in case. But this does look really suspicious, but I wonder if it's going to be something that allows you to loop back from the other section. But then, if so, you would need something to take you back into the subworld. Can you go there with the SMD2 shroom? Because either it's an alternate route through a door here, or it's going to be a pipe out of the second section. But because something will need to take you back into the subworld for anything to happen. So, possibly a hidden pipe, but if we're in the main world, we would be looking specifically for a pipe. Can no blocks be hit from the side? I feel like this is the kind of thing I should know cold, given... Whoops. How many puzzles we've done that use interactions like that. With snowballs, I don't believe so, but... I have to think about that for a moment. Alright, let's go. Three coins as before. That is still on pace with everything we know. I don't think we've missed anything visually. So there's the pipe here that takes you to the subworld. There is... yeah. I don't want to more info this one yet, but of course it wouldn't reveal anything about the subworld, even if I did. Whoops. That's what happens when my eyes are kind of everywhere but where Mario is, because I'm scanning the level for points of interest. Okay. Down we go. Whoop. Still slipping a little bit too much there. I think I'm just not accounting for forward momentum on the landing. I see a scroll break to the left, but that's for the second pass when we come here with the off state. Alright, here we go. No. Well, let's get back to actually being able to explore this first. And then we'll just get back on track. Yeah, I guess if it looks like we don't know what's going on yet in the checkpoint 1 section, it's better to take the death there rather than get trapped with a POW at the end, because past that point I would be forced to checkpoint 2. And so, if we're exploring the CP1 section, we've got it. Whoops. I think I need to drop against a wall. That's the thing. I need to use the wall to cut momentum on my way down to that snowball. That's the adjustment I should be making here. And fairly simple thing to do. Oh, whoops. How did I... Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go. Like I said, should be heading towards the wall. Maybe a bit of a low ceiling there for that, but we'll try it. Right now I'm still just spending too much attention scanning the level for anything suspicious. But I think we've inspected the main world section pretty thoroughly at this point. Can't see anything I would have missed. Oh, whoops. Oh, didn't want to do that. Anyway, let's actually look at the level and get back to section 2. We had some pretty interesting secret hunts in today's stream so far. I think the double balloon and Taramis level was probably the most notable one so far as secret placement actually demanding a little bit of work. But this one may also hold me up for a little bit while we map it out. And while I fix up this snowball bit at the end, which has suddenly been giving me so much trouble, after not worrying about it at all previously. There we go. Okay, so we will just die before checkpoint 2 if we can, if no solution presents itself. But this goes by so quickly that I haven't really had an opportunity to really look over it, just to see if there's some kind of alternate path or something. It may very well be just some weird safety coin placement at the end I didn't see. Or something I could do with a plucked snowball in a location I haven't considered. Whoops. Oh, too slow here. Oh, it seems like we looked at everything. Yeah, maybe hidden pipe in section 3 then. Because at the moment I can't see what else it could be. Clearly you do need to have something spit you back into the subworld. But there's a brick block. Let me see if we're talking about the same one, because I noticed a brick as well, but I don't think we were thinking of the same thing then. You have to do a really quick read on this. You're not talking about the one above the blaster, right? Right before the pipe to CP2. No, I see it. The one that's right above the blaster, but I can't actually do anything with that. It just takes you to the ice block, and I don't see how that could reveal something like a door, you see. Well, we're stuck here again now, so we'll have to actually do this. No, because I was thinking, like, if there's something like an invisible block that can be activated with, say, like not a spike, but I didn't see anything that we could interact with on the way here, that's the thing. I think we need to get back to scanning the ending, in case it is something like just a weird safety coin. It is a very suspicious gap. It's extremely suspicious. Because notice the brick pathway on the left side as well, and the placement of all these other objects up top. Because I wonder if there was something... yeah, there's definitely a whole room if you look at it, if you look at the camera placement right now. Especially because you know the music track has been occupying the top half at this point. But I'm thinking that this might be an exit door, right? If the secret is going to be through something like a pipe after CP2, then it would loop you back into the subworld and then maybe spit you back out through this door. So possibly we should be looking after CP2. Can a music box be hit from the side? Yes. Yes, that's it. That's exactly it, yeah. Yeah, so that's what we should have been looking at. Yeah, if I'd thought about that properly and looked at the hard block here, that should have been obvious to me, but it wasn't. Anyway, we got it. Alright, these balloons will not be breakable, unlike some of the other ones we've seen so far, so we will not smash them to bits and release pig noises into the helium atmosphere. This just drops you. You can go back, of course, but we probably shouldn't. Wait. But we still don't have coin 4. Wait a minute. We don't have coin 4, though. Did I just not look for it over there? I think I might actually have missed it. Let's scan the final section again, because we haven't looked at it carefully enough for something like a safety coin. We found one secret anyway. Maybe the last coin is an artifact left over from testing. No, I mean, there's clearly the key door at the end. And the balloon room would have been a natural place to look for it, but I didn't see anything there. And I thought we looked at it pretty carefully. Or the red coins in general. I don't know about that. I would be surprised if that just got through without inspection, but... who knows? Can't just be a red herring. Well, the important thing is that we did find something, right? And that considering using the snowballs was definitely a big part of it, where we have ground tiles available. You can also tell why there are no ground tiles available for most of this level, specifically because of the snowball vulnerability. But hang on. Sorry, I'm once again kind of playing poorly because I'm looking around the layout. But we've seen this part of the layout before. We've collected the coins. The only thing I can think of is to look at the ending screen again. Failing that, we'll need to look at the balloon screen again, or maybe just go to more info and see if that reveals anything special. Whoa, too close. Oh, the red coins are just used to indicate the first section since they won't respawn after checkpoint. Ah, I see. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, we've seen enough double secrets in some of the other creations, both here and in past years, that I was kind of wondering about that. So, anyway, welcome. I'm glad you could catch at least some of this level. We did just find the balloon room, so we got some satisfaction out of searching. Okay, in that case, we'll just try to give this a big finish and clear this level again, I suppose, since you just got here, and we might as well show it. Yeah, because I was sure that it was something like a safety coin at the end, but if you were just out of space, perhaps, then maybe not. Because I've seen enough coin placements like that in the past that it would have been completely expected given the visual cues I was seeing. Even if everything was kind of placed in checkpoint 1. Anyway, let's not get killed by the Muncher Gate, and let's go through. And you prefer to lurk? Yeah, that's great. Especially as the creator, I mean, there's value in not backseating and just seeing what people make of this. Yeah, because I was staring at this and thinking, okay, was the safety coin just tucked away somewhere? Because, I mean, at that time I also hadn't found a balloon secret yet, right? So I had every reason to expect that maybe this would be the secret. Which was probably why I didn't even look at the balloon placement carefully at all, because my eyes were completely on whether pink coins were happening. That's okay, great track though. Allowed me to share with everyone the Eric Clapton anagram anecdote, which is always valuable. And also allowed Lecter to educate everybody about Patty Boyd, which is doubly valuable. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. We have one more to go today. And then we'll see how I'm doing, whether I'm completely wiped out or if we can actually do a bit of a bonus double feature at the end. Last one is going to be by the notorious criminal Paxman. Cloud Muncher, any relation to Yaro's Cloud Killer from last year, I guess. Which would come first, the Cloud Killer or the Cloud Muncher? I guess you have to kill it first and then you munch it, right? Otherwise you'd be devouring it while it's alive and wriggling. Cloud World Muncher's Odyssey was too long, and the lengthy description on the website reads, eat a massive incandescent gas to prevent any self-harm from walking on cloud-bound munchers. You know what I think this actually is? It is a prequel to Mario Regrets Taco Bell, because where do you think all that incandescent gas is coming from? Anyway, let's do it. Yeah, Lecter, I can't remember exactly, but what you're telling me about Patty Boyd's sister also rings a bell. In general, I know things from the Beatles side much better. I think there was a level kind of like this in 4YMM as well. I don't remember if it was Exodum or somebody else. But similar Star and Muncher concept, but not with clouds. The clouds are kind of a Paxman thing here. Let's actually jump these properly and think about the uptime on clouds. This is why there's a bit of an easy tutorial section here for us to work with as we slam into every wall. And, oh, stealth segment. Well, there's clearly something down low as well, but I think we're supposed to drop on a donut block towards it then. And let's not go down there yet, at least not blindly. Okay. So, the interesting thing about this is that it's like Pac-Man made a Pac-Man level, if you think about it. Because you have all these things that are munching around, and then you collect a star and you turn the tables on them, so... It would have been Ms. Pac-Man, but there were issues with rights holders. Anyway, the star would allow you to go back up. I think we're clearly supposed to loop with this, so let's loop with it. Timing is actually relatively relaxed, I think. Yeah. And then we head back up. On the platform, if I may. 7 MMC. Up in the clouds. So we'll have to do a secret hunt here eventually too, of course. We just got to ascend the tower before anything else happens. Oh, should have gone for that coin, but that's okay. Wasn't paying attention there. I was too busy watching the cloud up top to see if maybe there was something I could do with it nice and early. Something broke up top. Something has exploded. I guess we will go for the 50 coin just out of principle. At least once to demonstrate it. Oh, whoops. Missed the door completely. That's okay, we'll be back there in no time, I'm sure. Should have remembered to refresh a little bit of uptime on the star as we were making it over. Just to avoid issues like that. Yeah. I was looking at this and wondering if I could have done anything to ascend on the left side immediately, but looking at it again, doesn't seem so. It's a little out of reach. So we'll just take this and move on. Oh, whoa. Let's wait until it's actually swinging in the correct direction. Maybe that would be somewhat helpful. Okay, down we go. Alright, much better. Now we figure this out. Well, I guess if we stand on a block, there's going to be that one tile gap between the clouds that teaches you to use the one tile gap when they are placed in this configuration. That'll be fairly relaxed. Okay, up we go. Notice the yellow pipe up top. That might be the exit, might be something else. We'll go back up and see. Okay, it doesn't look like either of those pipes can be entered, so forget about that for now and look at the secret placement elsewhere. It looks like you are supposed to run into this quickly enough to take out the piranha with the star, unless you're supposed to do that on the way back out. But if there's some kind of state switch, I don't see an outline behind the blaster here, but perhaps something takes out the blaster and drops this gate and makes that impossible. We'll have to see, because it's entirely possible that I had to maintain the star from the previous section and just run it here, but we'll think about that from checkpoint and see if we can get anything done. Yeah, because once you're past checkpoint, there is no going back. As you can see on the left side. Whoops, Okay. Yeah, 2 bounces will do the trick, and we'll just peek up there to scroll the camera. And move on up. I feel like we're being encouraged to do high bounces here, although of course we have munchers on the ceiling constraining that slightly. And because obviously my short bounce control is not what it needs to be in order to do things this way instead of following the coin markers. Okay, that's smooth though. We just need to find the optimal approach. I am getting onto the Wiggler a little bit too early, I think, and having to deal with its sudden reversal. So we'll head on up and... Nope, hang on. That's not going to work either. And we'll just wait for this to scroll its way over. Whoops, nope. Not quite there. There we are. Okay, let's let it turn its little corner first. That's much more sensible. And this one will take me up high. Well, this looks suitably mechanical. Like the little trampolines there are not only putting the stars into position, but kind of make it look like eyes on a crab or something. Anyway, we'll take the muncher. Notice the door that will also send you back here afterwards, so perhaps we should be keeping our eyes peeled for a secret that will repeat this section. And possibly we need to go nice and fast. Oh, okay. Because I'm thinking about the piranha down low, of course, but if we have the cloud... Because you're supposed to take out the piranha and exit. And then the door here is the optional route. Or the door here would be the route that you're being funneled towards, but it seems clear to me that we're supposed to keep a star, kill the piranha, and go through the pipe, and that's still available. There's nothing about the blaster down there that prevents me from doing that, so... So we'll just go back up and do this once again. Oh. Okay. I guess we're forced through then. Unless we take the death. Well, I mean, checkpoint's not going to be right away, at least not through a door, so if it looks like... Okay, no, this is just a reset, so this is a required path, and you're supposed to kill the piranha to proceed. That makes sense. Hey, KJS is not viewer levels today, and regardless, you would need the exclamation mark next to add. I usually run viewer levels during this block, but I have switched 7 MMC to this day of the week until it's over. Whoops. Okay, so the door is just a reset point. The piranha is the required path. There is no secret involved just yet. We'll keep that in mind. Also, there's something like a 40-second record on this level, which makes me wonder. I mean, we've been taking things at a pretty relaxed pace, so you probably could speed through this if you had a clear idea in mind and seized the right cloud. Being able to seize a cloud in the middle like we were doing on our way down, though, that was, first of all, what prevented me from going up a second time, which is why there is a reset door at the bottom once you pass the state switch. But secondly, I do wonder if we should be looking around for places we could potentially fly if we do hijack a Wiggler Cloud. Whoops. But it doesn't look like it, given what we've seen of this room. I don't think there's any kind of additional exit that we can go for here. But it's something to keep in mind for future rooms, is that we should be aware of when the clouds are actually going to be obtainable. Oh, whoops. Anyway, let's pay attention here. And let's continue. Okay, that was a bit risky at the end, but we managed it. I mean, it's a pretty gentle level, so... Let's just take care of one thing quickly. And head back down. Oh, okay. I shouldn't have stalled with a star there. That was a bad idea. We might have to do this at this point. Okay, got it. Just barely. Okay, looks like we're fairly near the goal screen, which makes me wonder what else we can do, because we take the cloud, and then if we take the cloud further, then looks like it's the ending, so... But then if we come back down, that should spit out another cloud, right? So it's not a lock. But then, if you come back... Yeah, so if there is a balloon secret, as there surely must be, we missed it. We missed it much earlier. Because it looks like this is the ending already, so we'll go through it again. I was going over it fairly carefully, but maybe it was in that yellow pipe room that we should have been looking for this. And thank you for the GGs. We'll look around a little more carefully. And, whoops, stalling a little too long up here. Let's drop back down and not get crushed. Nope. Let's redo it. Okay, so I can probably get up to the donut block right away, actually. But why would I want to? Because you can just drop down low. Yeah, so we could have skipped all that stuff we were doing earlier. It did seem like this opening above this door had some potential, though. Oops, there we go. Oh, no. Yeah, look at this up here. That's semi-solid. Up there seemed to be something. And we might have enough momentum if we have a star to actually take me upstairs. It does look very suspicious, unless this is already at the top of the screen. And because unless there were something like invisible blocks up there, that would have some lock potential to it anyway, right? If it were left unobstructed. I don't know, I don't actually have a good sense of how many tiles I'm going to reach with a star, at least from a quick eyeball estimate. As before, we should be looking out for whether clouds can be... no, I guess we do need to go through. So, previously we just went through the pipe to the right. possibly there's something with the opening up top, but... yeah, let's actually try to hit the next checkpoint before we fool around too much, unless... well, we'll see what I missed. Yeah, because so far I don't see anything suspicious that we've missed necessarily. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, we'll go straight up to the donut block, we'll go back down, and instead of doing the whole silly loop like we did the first time through... nope, hang on. I should really not do that. I should just go up the safe way on the right side. It's not that costly in terms of time. There we go. Apparently I can't do that when I have star momentum. Well, I'm gonna be a star. Let's hope it doesn't expire too soon on me here. Oh, whoops, there we go. Okay, and let's actually head down before making too much of a disaster out of this. So we previously did this loop, and I didn't think too hard about it when it comes to any alternatives to the path that we were taking. The vine blocks in the middle do suggest that... I mean, we were taking the vines straight up previously and just climbing around a bunches rather than jumping them, because you do need that initial height from them anyhow. The vine climb, I mean. Oh, okay, we'll just do one, fine. Well, I don't see anything too suspicious here. Apart from dropping into the next section, so... whatever it is in here, we seem to have missed it so far. Oops. Nope. That was not collision I expected. I feel like it is going to be something with hijacking a cloud. We didn't look at this section too closely either, did we? There was the 50 coin. And then you kind of go up the stack one little bit at a time. I really don't see anything, though, to vary things up. There's Mantra up there. You have this platform down below to the left. If we're able to capture a cloud... no, because it's when we capture a star that we kill the Wiggler and then we enter the pipe on the right side, right? So let's take a look at this room carefully, because this little notch in the bottom left caught my attention earlier, and maybe it's something? Or maybe it's not? I don't think there's anywhere here I can claim a cloud, though, so let's think about that carefully. Also, if I go for this immediately... because I have enough uptime on a star that it could have gone for the Wiggler immediately, but I think I would have died before I could get off into that pipe. If all else fails, we'll probably just drop into that bottom left and check it. But... for the moment... take a look at this. Maybe if you get on top of the whole muncher stack. So, we're up here. We didn't check that pipe after all, did we? We didn't check the pipe at all. If you take the star back to the previous room... Yeah, because I just continued here previously. Okay, no, we got it. That's where it is. And here's number 7. And a bunch of coins to celebrate the occasion. And a 50 coin, just as a bit of a bonus. Okay, we got it. That is 100% on this week. Took me about twice as long as week 1, but that happens sometimes. Yeah. I'm fortunate in that I was able to run a long stream today, by the way, but for future weeks, if I'm taking this long to do all the secrets hunting, I will probably break things up into multiple sessions. Because it will not be very often that I can go a full 6 hours as I've been doing so far. Okay, we'll go back here. And yeah, that's safe. And we'll just try to finish this up the standard way. It's a fairly easygoing level once you're not constantly hunting for secrets everywhere. So we'll just try to redo it. I won't spend too much time on it, but it's nice to close things out with an actual clear rather than just abandoning it after finding the secret, so... Sleep time for Mang? Yeah, good night, Mang. And thanks for staying up with my stream all this time. It's been a pleasure to have you around. Okay, let's get over here. And up we go. And yeah, let's just punch that and drop. This is a comparatively sensible way to do things until you realize that you haven't received enough uptime. That's okay, we'll just sweep through it soon enough. This is just the last segment anyway, so... Okay, up we go. Whoa, that's the high jump I was talking about earlier. Munchers are constraining your head just a little bit. And up we go. Nope. Shouldn't have gone for that. That's been a mistake we've been punished for on several occasions already. And let's wait this out just a little bit. let's see what this is all about. Okay, this time if we catch a cloud, we'll try to descend a little bit faster and jump out when we have the opportunity. Once we navigate some of this stuff, we'll just do it a drop as soon as we can. It's a much tidier way to do it. And we'll just try to collect this meticulously placed heart at the very end, even though everything does drop once it hits the ground. That's it for week 2. Let's take a look at the comments and see how the comment art is doing. I don't know if I did that for the previous level, did I? I might have neglected that. Did we look at it? I don't think we did. Luigi saw the afterlife several times because of SMM Piano, who put together the track. Oh, Leela from Futurama, yeah, that's right. And I know you're out there. Grumpy Jake seems to have taken his sweet time. Oh, first clear from Electrodude as well, interesting. Guess you had the inside line on this, so... And did we check Cannon Bolts? Let's go back and take a look. Yeah, we did, because we had the Cannon illustrations. And let's check Cloud Muncher. And yeah, Loop kind of understanding the Pac-Man element of the Pac-Man level here. Very important reference. Anyway, that's it for the Mario Maker segment today. Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you especially for all the makers, the ones who showed up, and the ones who didn't. Hopefully we got some reasonable footage of everybody's creations, and of course it's nice to keep up 100% on the secrets hunt, even if some of the levels today were definitely pushing me on that account. Thank you for the follow. We will take a short break while I get set up for a bit of an epilogue. As I was telling people earlier today, we have the finale of Splatoon 3 coming up. I've been playing the campaign intermittently over the week, and we basically got to what seems to be the final section and stopped for lack of time. I do have time today, but I will need to take a bit of a breather first to switch software, refill my beverage, take a bit of a bio stop, as it were, and get everything sorted out. So we'll be back in several minutes. For those of us, and this is going to spoil the ending of Splatoon 3, by the way, so for those of you who want to depart at this stage or want to get to bed or watch other Maker streams that are going on, please feel free to make your own decision on that score, and you have a great week ahead of you. Happy making, happy playing. Definitely look forward to week 3 coming up with 7MMC next week, and have fun catching up on the current levels. We'll be back very soon, but for those of you leaving, have a great weekend and fare thee well.